User joined your channel.
Hello and welcome to this evening's Kart 88 race, coming to you tonight from Pocono, and it's part of the HSO CART 1988 Championship. That was a bit of a muffled up intro, I think, but either way, you're very much welcome for this. We'll quickly have a look at the points. If I can find them in the list. There we are. And the top 5 looks as such that Grant Riddle, after winning last time out at Mid-Ohio, leads on 102 points, 12 points ahead of Jacob Fredriksson, who finished, I believe, second last time out. David Junt lies third on 75 points. And Jan Kowalski is a close following fourth with 73 points. And Richard Coxon, who had a bit of a trying Mid-Ohio race last time out, lies fifth on 51 points. With regards to the track of Pocono, let's bring up our track map for this evening, where we can see that we are at the Pocono International Raceway, also called the Tricky Triangle, mainly due to the bumps, if I'm not entirely mistaken. Or what would you say, Scott? Scott Urick is joining us as a live driver for this event.
But also, the main thing, the bumps were this was getting fairly aged in 1988 and hadn't had it repaved in several years. But a big part of it, which I believe you're going to get into in just moments, Jonathan, is it has 3 corners, not 4. Hence the triangle. It's tricky because every corner is completely different.
They are indeed. And, let's see if I remember correctly of what I read about the track earlier. Turn 1 has a 14-degree banking, and is similar in shape to the turn 1, I think it is, at Trenton, a 1.5 or 1 mile oval that we raced in the 73 championship last year. And turn 2 is an 8-degree banking and is similar to the turns at Indianapolis. And the final turn, turn 3, is very similar in shape to the turns at Michigan. Although if I'm wrong, you are very much welcome to tell me otherwise.
I believe turn 1 is more like the big loop at Trenton, turns 3 and 4. 4 and 5, depending on when you count the dog leg.
Ah, indeed. That comes with me not quite remembering what it looks like, because it was over a year ago since I last saw the track. But Pocono is a 2.5 mile tri-oval, as Scott mentioned earlier, and will be running 200 laps, or approximately 500 miles, this evening. But for now, let's hear from the drivers back in the day what this track was actually like.
Since 1983, when I came here for the very first time, it is a rough racetrack, and they have made some improvements to the front straightaway since that time, and really the last couple of years it has remained the same.
You know, the wall is pretty old, and I think it needs a little bit of
fixing up, but you know, those are things that concern you a little bit.
It's notorious for its lack of condition, and I think that includes the safety aspects of it.
Let's talk about what we like about the place is the fact that it is more of a driver's course because of the radius of the corners and the fact that you're actually getting out of the throttle here, even qualifying, and you have 3 different radius corners with 3 different bankings, and so it's got that plus.
It's the same for everybody. I've always figured the bumps is a tool, and if I can get the car to work across the bumps, then I've got an advantage if somebody else can't. So, you know, I think that's very key as far as this track goes, if you can get the car to operate properly on those bumps. And I think if you use that as a tool as far as the debris and that kind of thing goes, that's where Lady Luck's got to play her hand.
And as you can now see, we are live from the circuit where we are still in practice. And as the drivers back in the day said, and from what I've read, most of the drivers are suffering from this very bumpy circuit. And I'll see if we can find Scott. If you'd like, feel free to talk us through a lap of this circuit. But he clearly has his hands full at the moment. I believe this is turn 3. It is indeed, as it comes onto the front straight. We can see a driver up ahead having a lot of troubles. I believe that may have been Richard Coxon having had a moment. And here goes Scott going into turn 1. Or the Chentron Loop, as I may call it in the race. Pretty bumpy on the exit, but looking pretty good. But very bumpy on this straight here, going into turn 2. A flat left-hander. As we can see again, very bumpy on the exit. And back into turn 3. Again, very bumpy on the end. Ooh, really bumpy all the way through by the looks of things. And a lot of hard work. But currently quickest in practice is Grant Riddle, so he is definitely still on the pace here. And certainly one of those that is really on the pace for the whole championship, really. He hasn't really been rattled more than once. That would have been at round 2 at Long Beach, where he and I do apologize, I can't remember the name of the driver at the moment, but the Porsche driver, the Quaker State car, at the time was in a battle for first and second, and they came to blows. We can see here, both Raoul Reb had a moment and Grant Riddle followed him. Grant hit the grass and went all out of shape. See, this is David Saber. They have very similar cars. So David Saber is on the pace as well, lying 5th at the moment. If I counted a little bit wrong. He's 6th. And Martin Lancina once again is on the pace. And Richard Wilkes is very far up, which is pleasing to see. He's had a bit of a difficult year.
Richard Richard Wilkes, I noticed earlier, has got the same cornering speed as Pinsky's.
Wow.
At least that I was seeing from practice times. Raul, on the other hand, he's having a little trouble getting a hold of the car.
Yeah, it's very impressive from yeah, me and my memory for names, from Richard, and very unfortunate for Raul. But then again, it's a very difficult circuit in total, so it requires a lot of work.
Yes, and the big thing about the tricky triangle you were mentioning earlier, every corner requires, well, the optimum setup in every corner is quite a bit different. So everything is a game of compromise.
As we can see there, Raul had a good first turn, but then in turn 3 it all went wrong for him.
Yes.
And I suppose the difficulty is finding the very best combination and compromise for you personally and for the car.
Quite. And turn 2, I hate to say it, can be treated as a dog leg, but your 2 got the long pond straightaway between 1 and 2, and then the short chute between 3, and you can almost run turn 2 like a dog leg if you get the line exactly right. So for me, that has been the key in laying down decent lap times. The guys running in the 42-second bracket are just phenomenally fast. I've tried to get there myself, and I have not found a way.
Well, the danger increases immensely when you try to take that turn 2 flat out, because the margin for error there is quite slim.
Well, I don't think anybody is actually taking it flat out. I would hate that. It takes a minor lift and then the perfect timing on the throttle to help the car continue turning. So you actually slow down a little before, and then you're hard, at least in my seat, you're hard on the gas, getting the car to turn and accelerate back down that corner, but they won't be dipping very far, but the fast guys won't be dipping very far below 200 mile an hour through there.
And that's very, very fast indeed.
In the meantime, I'm going to put my work gloves back on for a couple laps and see where I can put this thing in the grid.
Yep, good luck, and we'll be following Martin Lacina for his lap. I think he's first out of the pits. As he's understeering. Ooh, we understeered in turn 3. I think he did notch the wall just a little bit. Well, apart from the scruffy turn onto the start-finish straight to start his lap, that looked like a pretty quick lap. But it would seem that he prefers the sort of understeery nature of the car, but this is too much, clearly. Oh, hard into the wall. I think that's his qualifying run over. At least in terms of setting a very fast second lap time. So let's see if we can find anyone else of the faster guys out on track. Richard Wilkes is out on track, so let's ride on board with him in the Provima car. You can see that 300 kph. And actually. I think I'll change that ahead of the race, but for the race we will be seeing the speedos in MPH instead of KPH, since that would be a bit more appropriate considering the series. But a very good first turn for Richard by the looks of things. Kept a very good speed. Just a little bit of a lift, but 320 kph through the turn 2. And this is a very quick lap indeed. Keeping it at 310 as the lowest speed in turn 3. And this will surely be... well, it's not quickest, he's 3.5 tenths off Alberto Ibanez in one of the Penske's, who has set a very, very quick time in the 42.698. Let's see if I'll follow on board with Scott for his lap, as he is just about to start it here. This has been pretty quick. Look like a little bit of understeer. And just a tad bit slower than what Richard was doing on his second quick lap there. And again, about 5.7 kph off Richard through turn 2. And about the same speed in turn 3, so this should be a pretty good lap for Scott as he comes across the line. Gets in 10th, and he still has one lap to go here. A bit more understeer that time in turn 1. And he's unfortunately in the wall. I think he won't improve because he has some suspension damage. Looking at how his car was moving around. Yeah, he has had to slow down. But let's see if Ryan Sampsell won't set a lap time because he's still in the pits. But he is a one-off driver, driving the number 6 Amoco Ultimate car. That is Richard Coxon's car after Alan Forster vacated it, but Richard can't be here tonight, so Ryan has jumped into that opened seat. And we also have our Indy 500 winner in Jari Brupacher, driving the number 77 for this race. So it'll be interesting to see how he will get on in the race. He is a little bit off the pace at the moment, but you never know. But yeah, quickest in the qualifying session was Alberto Ibanez, who takes pole in this race. And it looks like Yves Placé unfortunately has violated the qualifying rules, so he'll be starting from the back, unfortunately. But on pole is Alberto. In the number 5, a Pennzoil Penske. Which looks pretty damn good, I must say. Apologies for the language. But on cold tires and a full tank of fuel, even Alberto has a bit of a moment on his first lap coming out to the pits. But yeah, Scott, that looked like a pretty good lap you had going on there, but turn 2 bit you. Unfortunately, Scott isn't here. I do apologize. You can see out of turn 3 that the cars are exiting it in all kinds of ways. And I believe the number 71 car is a one-off, and I believe that may be Ryan Samsel. Actually, since I don't know, I actually want to know for sure. Let's see, the number 98 is your boss indeed. And here is Mikael Drexler in the number 9 Penske. Greg Dellacella is in a one-off in the Dale Coyne V8 stock motored car. A somewhat off the pace car. But you never know, good fuel economy may help him in this race. And it's Mick Chapman driving the SDP-sponsored 71 car. And this is the pit entry, which we see Jacob Fredriksson heading into right now. A little bit of a tricky one because of all the bumps, but I'd say the apron is actually the least bumpy place on the circuit, at least on the exit of turn 3. So that may be a bit of a place where they will have a bit of a respite from the battering. And according to what Scott was telling me earlier, or it may have been Jason White, I talked to both of them before the race, the full race speed bumpiness going through the wheels aren't that bad, but it is really bad when you slow down for the pace car, which will be interesting to see how that develops during the race, whether everyone will be able to survive the opening, let's say, 25 laps to get into a bit of a rhythm.
I think we'll be okay if everybody takes an easy and races 200 laps.
Well, you do realize that there are races in this field, don't you?
Yes, I do. Part of that is a word called racecraft, which means, you know, if you want to finish first you must finish.
Indeed, but I'm not sure all racers have heard that.
I would agree with you wholeheartedly on that one. We have some new blood in here that I don't know if they're completely up to speed on what it takes to run 500 miles.
Well, either way, they will learn very quickly. We also, I forgot to mention, the Jiffy car was vacated for this race and is driven by Felipe Enrique for this race. The Brazilian raced at Indianapolis, I think. Had a bit of a torrid time, but he has a bit of a better car underneath him today, so he may have a better run here than at Indy.
One to watch, I believe, will be Michael Drexler in one of the Penske's, who did not make qualifying. So he'll be coming from the back in one of the hottest cars in the grid.
Indeed, but it still looks to be left in the dust by Grant Vidal here. Though only in warm-up, but it could still be... Oh, dearie me! As that's a bit of an off for one of the drivers with a bit of trouble in turn 2. I believe that may have been Jari Brupacher in the number 77, March 86C. But it looks like another one to watch will be Martin Lasina, who has had a couple of good races lately and looks to be right on the pace here.
I myself am going to subscribe to the maxim that old age and treachery yes, every time. So I'm not going to go for the front right away. I'm going to see how the field shakes out, try to be safe. Then we see what the new guys are like. And then perhaps, we'll have something left to go for it at the end. And I knock on wood as I say that, because every time I do, I get caught up with something.
Yeah, it's a bit like my curse in the fact that as soon as I qualify high up the grid, I usually get caught up in something at the starts, so I end up at the back of the grid either way. So at least makes qualifying easy for me. I just don't qualify.
Well, to tell you the truth, I really was looking at that today. Do I perhaps want to just wait at the back? No, in the spirit of things, go out there and put one in. So I'm about mid-pack. We'll see what we've got.
Yeah, and as always, it's not always the quickest car that gets the win, as you hinted at. It's usually the smart drivers. Though some may argue against that in some cases, such as with Takuma Sato, who won Indianapolis this year, if I remember correctly.
Yes, you do.
Who technically has been known as a bit of a kamikaze driver for most of his career.
No pun intended.
No, because that's what everyone was saying when I was watching a bit of F1 back in the day, and then some of the IndyCar races this year.
It's true.
So I don't know if they meant it to be a pun or something, but either way, that's what I've heard, so that's what I'm using.
There you go. Well, I must get ready.
Yep.
We'll talk to you soon, I hope.
Well, I hope not. I hope we get 50 laps before we talk again, at least.
Okay.
Either way, good luck, and I hope you survive the race.
Talk soon.
So that's got Urick getting ready to jump into his machine for the evening, as we have run down to 0 seconds in the warm-up. So in a minute or so time the race will get underway, and on pole will be Alberto Ibanez. We'll have one lap of pace car before the race starts, so we may not have time to go through the grid, but I'll do my best to do so. And I believe Simon will be the last one to cross the start-finish line before we head into the race. As we are now on the grid, and let's have a look at who we have. We have Alberto Ibanez on pole. And it looks like this is a bit of a jingled up grid, or maybe not. I may just be a bit off. But anyway, Alberto Ibanez is on pole. Grant Riddell second, Ray Riddell third, Richard Wilkes fourth. And I can also tell you that it'll be a two-line start grid to avoid collisions, hopefully at the start. 5th for Alan Forster and 6th for David Junt. 7th for Martin Lasina and 8th for Adam Hackman, a good qualifying session for him. David Saban 9th, and rounding out the top 10 is Juha Boss. 11th for Scott Urick with Fredriksson 12th. Dana Schurer 13th with Lee Simpson 14th. 15th for Mick Chapman and 16th for Felipe Enrique. 17th for Jan Team and 18th for Bruno Chacon. 19th for Jason White. 20th for Raoul Jereb. 21st for Jari Brupacher and 22nd for Jason Whited. 23rd for Simon Wattman. 24th for Greg Della Cella. You can hear that beautiful sounding engine right here. 25th for Ryan Samsel, 26th for Michael Drexler, and last on the grid, Yves Placé in 27th. Let's see, we are now heading towards turn 3 and the start of the race. So let's see what we get here. Okay, so we are just waiting for the green flag to be thrown. And it's green flag and go, go, go. And we can see immediately here that everyone streams through into turn 1. And let's see, hopefully everyone survives turn 1. Oh, a bit of kerfuffle at the back here, but or midfield I should say. Looks like Jari Brupacher dropped back at the start, as did Greg Della Cella, though that would have been a bit more expected. We can see immediately here that the race is on between Ibanez, Vidal, that's Junior, and Richard Wilkes, as we have a yellow. Let's see if I can find who that is. Oh, we have... Oh, that's Dana Schurer. Dana Schurer has spun. Hopefully her engine is still going. Yes, it is. But she has... I think she will have hit the wall as well. She's lost her rear wing. I'll see if I can get to where that happened, or if it was too far back. We can sort of... Oh, dearie me. We can see a bit of it at least. We can see here that she was side by side with I can't quite make out who that is. That would have been David Saber. She was side by side with David Saber. David Saber hit the wall hard, and Dana hit the wall pretty hard as well. So it looks like, oh dear, both of them is probably out then. Both of them out, and Ryan Samsel was caught up in that as well. Oh no. That's really unfortunate. He was taking it very easy at the start, from what I could see. Let's see if I can... It was stopped at the... on the infield. I wonder if he must have been caught up in that in one way or the other. He was very high, so he may have hit the wall and spun. But one way or the other, he was also involved in that, unfortunately. So we have a yellow, and 3 cars are out already. We can see that we have a couple of movers. Scott Urick moved up from 11th to 7th. Actually 6th now, as we have a couple of pit stoppers by the looks of things. We have indeed Jari Brupacher is one of them. You can see, I believe that it's Mikael Drexler. And the number 16 we have Jacob Ferguson in already. And we can see another one of the, I believe that's Lee Simpson in the red and white car in the background. He's at a standstill for a longer time, so he may have been caught up in that crash, as is Yves Placé in the number 1 car behind. Yeah, he lost his front wing, and it looks like there was some damage for Lee Simpson as well here in the number 24 machine. So that's very unfortunate, but it is what can happen in these races. It only takes one small mistake from 1 or 2 drivers and a lot of cars can get involved. We can see here that Johan Boos is heading... Bruno Chacon is heading out on track after a pit stop for some repairs or fuel and tires. And Greg Dellacella is taken to the pits as well. Oh, Jason White is in the pits with damage by the looks of things. No, sorry, that just looked like it from a bit further back. And we can see that, oh, Lee Simpson is still in the pits. That's really unfortunate, as is Yves Placé. Oh, they must have had some really heavy damage to their cars. Presumably suspension damage then. Oh, and it looks like Greg Dellacella may have run into a bit of trouble here. It looked like he was in the wall. Anyway. Oh, and we have a DNF that's... Oh, Jason White is out already. Oh, dearie me. We have one more lap behind the safety car. That may have been a disconnection for Jason, because I can't see him in TeamSpeak either, unfortunately.
Oh, come on.
Okay, so let's see what this is all about. Okay, unfortunately the start for this race has been postponed by a few minutes due to an issue with the track itself. Hopefully everyone will be able to get back in to start with everyone on the grid. But Lee Simpson sees some of the fun in it at least. Because he wrote, "But my 300-second damage repair was almost finished." But yeah, okay, so let's see. I'll put on some music for you guys to listen to while we wait for the ARW to be reposted. And now Scott saw that comment as well, which is a bit humoristic as well. But
I'm waiting to hear the music.
There we are, so I'll be silent for a while we sort this out, I think. And no, it's not elevator music, Scott.
Oh, okay.
But very close to it.
We're not gonna get the boy from Ipanema?
Thankfully not.
Okay, thank you.
But yeah, unfortunately that looked like a good start for you, so I can understand why you felt a little bit frustrated.
It was. Well, it was a little hairy. I had noticed in testing with the artificial intelligence cars, or the artificial idiots, that the rows, they were gridding in three wide, but then when they got down to 2 wide on the pace lap, the lanes were reversed. So pole would have been outside and even numbered cars were inside, and that's exactly the way it played out for this first start. But I thought we had made it through to the caution, and we would just live with it. But
I suppose maybe I suppose some drivers may have been put in a worse spot than they would have been, and maybe that caused some of the incidents, according to the admins.
Could be, and I would concur with that completely. Especially the new guys, I would be totally confused, because it actually said, it told me to follow Sabre on the inside line, but we were on the outside. So even that wording was reversed. So I can understand the confusion, but the people that got into each other,
I think they got into each other later than the start, but there may have been, because of the confusion, people losing out a lot in different situations during the start, and maybe penalties were issued as well.
that could be as well. But the message did come up during warm-up. If you get any unwarranted penalties, disregard them.
Well, it is what it is, and again, if you have joined a bit late for this race, we are currently in a postponement of the race due to an issue with the circuit itself, and the race will be relaunched in a few minutes time, hopefully ahead of 2030 CEST, which is in about 10.5 minutes time. But I don't know the exact time frame we are working towards, but hopefully that is the longest we'll have to wait for the restart of this race. Well, that's also one way to put it. Jari Brupasjös just wrote in terms of another issue he was having personally, with a bit of graphics for the sky in game. I'll try, but the bumps are a lot more confusing than the sky, which I found somewhat funny.
Well, if he has his texture turned down, not on full, get that striping effect on the sky. Sort of looks like the sky is in jail, wearing jail clothes.
Indeed, and I wonder, is that in the opening post of this thread that they posted an updated one? No.
What kind of music do we have?
Sort of a mix between rock and reggae.
That works.
And I
just
currently
wanted to make sure it wasn't Danish folk music. I spent 2.5 hours in the car coming back from Indianapolis with a Dane.
Nah, not quite.
Of course, I don't speak Danish, but he had to translate it for me. Well, his attempt at in tune.
In other words, it was a bit difficult. Let's see. There. Let's see if this works.
Oh, wait a minute. That's not good. Okay. Target add.
Connected. Channel switched.
I think I'm back.
Yes, you are.
Fantastic. So apologies everyone, my internet completely died. No idea why.
Jason White gave us an explanation on what had happened and ready to fix, so hopefully anybody stuck out, wasn't following information, could hear it on the broadcast.
Hopefully, at least parts of it. I think my internet died just after Jason joined, so... But anyway, the issue in itself was a file called an AIW file, which tells you how the start will work and those kind of things. Well, currently it looks like we are missing 3 people. Make that 2. Not entirely sure which those are, apart from Greg Dallacella, who may feel that the car is a bit too far off the pace, but hopefully he'll change his mind before we go to the race. So we are waiting for one more, and that is Ryan Samsel, and with a bit of luck with these issues going on, Michal Janak may have time to join us. He was working late, I believe, so that's why we didn't see him for the initial start.
Drexler.
Oops. Well, that's one way to look at it. Because the admins needs a break, next year, according to what they are saying, we will run GPL and GTR2. And Ryan Samsel has just joined us, so we'll be going to the race very shortly for the restart of this race. As mentioned earlier, it has been postponed due to an issue with the track, which has now been sorted, and very shortly here we'll jump into the race. And we are about ready to head into the race with everyone back in their cars, which is really nice to see. Now you all can see that as well. And I do realize I forgot to make that change with the speed, so I'll do that very quickly and jump into the settings. There we are. Now we can see the speed in mph instead of kph. And the starting grid is the same as for the initial start. No one left out. So I won't go through the grid. Hopefully you all remember more or less where everyone was for that. And it's also the fact that I'm a little bit behind because I had to make that change, but either way, we're heading through turn 2 now. So we are about 35 to 40 seconds away from the restart here for the Pocono 500 at Historic Simracing organization. They are now heading through the first turn. Sorry, last turn. Oh, and everyone bunching up quite a bit here. That's a little bit naughty. But we're getting to the start-finish line and the flag is green and the race is underway. Well, not quite underway. Seems like there may have been a yellow on at the start.
Attention grid, all non-essential personnel leave the grid now.
Yep, we have a race restart, presumably because many guys were out of position. Because that start was a little bit of everyone everywhere. Okay, so hopefully we'll have the start this time by. Someone is in the... Ole Simpson will be starting from the pits, unfortunately. Yeah, unfortunately, Lee Simpson has to wait in the pits to get going, but hopefully that won't harm him too much. Thankfully, the space between the sector lines aren't that large here compared to other tracks. Because in our factor, the way it works is that when the leader crosses the sector line for sector 1 and 2, the green light in the pit lane gets turned on. So if we were racing at, let's say, the old Gerard, we would have to wait quite a long time to get to the start, but let's see, we're heading towards the start-finish line and the flag is again green. We can see that Richard Wilkes has had a blaster of a start right here, goes into the lead. And he holds it inside the lines, or the wall I should say. We can see everyone streaming through. We can see that David Junt is in a little bit of trouble. But everyone has kept up with the leaders for now, which is good to see. Oh, that's one of Domino's cars in a bit of trouble. Maybe Jan Kowalski possibly. But we have lap 1 in the books and everyone has survived so far. Oh, and that's Michael Drexler in a bit of trouble. He ran very wide. can see that Martin Lassina got by David Junt there. You can see it's a big traffic jam for the start here. We have Adam Hackman ahead of us, and I think that will have been a yellow since everyone slowed down a bit, but I could be wrong. Oh, we have a yellow. Oh no! That's Simon Wattman out of the race in a number 22 Jonatan car. We had another one out of the race as well, but it looks... Oh, wait, Lee Simpson got a D... No! So Lee didn't wait long enough and got a DQ when leaving the pits. And Greg Dellacella is out as well with suspension, so I'd assume he may have been involved in that as well, alongside Simon. We'll quickly try to have a look. And see if we can find it on the replay. Yeah, it looks like both of them got involved in the same incident, unfortunately. But here comes the safety car, or pace car, out on the track, so we had a full lap of full speed racing by the looks of things. So that's very unfortunate, but those kind of things can happen in these kind of races. We can see here the newcomer Ryan Samsel still running, which is nice to see. Taking his time to acclimatize himself with the circuit and the races and the cars. And so after 3 laps, technically 2 laps of racing, Richard Wilkes is in the lead, ahead of Alberto Ibanez in second, Grant Riddell third, Martin Lassina fourth, with David Junt fifth, Ray Riddell sixth, Alan Forster seventh, but he's heading into the pits, so seventh is now Scott Urick. 8th for David Saber, 9th for Dana Shurus. Both of them have survived this start. And rounding out the top 10 is Adam Hackman, so he's had a pretty good start. Dropped a couple of positions, but still in the race and well up the grid. 11th for Felipe Enrique. And 12th for Mick Chapman. 13th for Jason White. And 14th for Jon Team, 15th for Raul Jereb, and 16th for Bruno Chacon, 17th for Mikael Drexler. Starting from the back of the field, he has made up quite a few positions. Well, I say that, but he's made up a few positions at least. 18th, 17th for Jason Whited, 18th for Ryan Samsel, 19th for Alan Forster, 20th for Jacob Ferguson, who headed into the pits, 21st for Ray Riddell, so he's a lap down for some reason. Oh, sorry, not Ray Riddell, Scott. Looks like there is something going on. Juha Bors is unfortunately out of the race, presumably a disconnection. I think that was a sector line bug. 22nd for Yves Placé, and 21st and last of our runners is Jari Brupacher. And the last 4 or 5 I mentioned there has been in the pits for a bit more fuel in the tank and probably some new tires as well. Taking as much advantage as they can with the pace car being out. was a pretty hectic couple of opening laps that. Some very close racing and a very good start for Richard Wilkes. And I think he'll be very happy to be leading the race for now. Although he may find it difficult to stay there with the Penske of Alberto Ibanez right behind him, and then Grant Ridal. Both of them has proved very fast, and especially Alberto has been very fast on the ovals with that Penske. Especially ovals like this, where you have a lot of engine and general top speed as an advantage, if you have that as an advantage with your car. Which clearly the Penske has with the Chevrolet engine and a very good chassis to go with it, in terms of carrying a lot of speed through the turns. And with the reps rising, we may be heading for a restart. Though I could be wrong, we could still have a lap or two of safety car to go here, but we'll see at the end of this turn. Hopefully the safety car will stay at the white line. It does indeed, so we will have a restart this time with Richard Wilkes leading the field to the restart. Oh, a big bunch up for the restart here, but the green flag is out and the race is underway once again. And we can see that's Grant Ridal. Oh, this is a lot of stuff going on right here. I believe Grant Ridal took the lead here. And then we have Ray Ridal, Scott Urick up in third at the moment. And he's going for second. Seems like his strategy was sort of thrown out of it all here. He's probably hoping to hook on to Grant's rear wing, if he's able to do so. Very loose, coming off of 3, sorry. But it looks like he is in the draft here and keep a bit of kerfuffle and behind them. Oh, side by side here. Oh dear me, no, hold it. Aye, Richard Wilkes is in the wall. Hopefully it doesn't have too much damage. That was very unfortunate. I think they were side by side going in, and unfortunately Ray expected Richard to be able to hold it a bit lower, but Richard wasn't able to do so, so he went sideways and up in a wall, but he is still running for now, which is good to see. And he's coming up on David Saber here, going to the inside, or trying to do so. With Matlacina looked like he was going for the grass for a moment there. But Grant Ridal has checked out for now. Alberto Ibanez is trying to take up the chase, along with Matlacina, and Scott Urick has made a bit of a mistake and dropped back a little bit early on in the race. Oh, and David Saber is off on the... Oh, he was nearly very close to going to the grass on the infield there. Very sideways coming out to 2. And then we have Ray Ridal and David Junt, with Richard Wilkes currently running 8th. 9th for Dana Schurer, and running at the top 10 for now is Jakob Fredriksson. So Fredriksson has had a great restart. And Mikael Drexler is fighting with Mick Chapman here, trying to hold on to 11th for now. And there's Yves Placé as well. He's made up a few positions on this restart. Adam Hackman has dropped a couple of positions. And then we have a gap back to Jason White and Alan Forster and Jari Brupacher in a bit of a fight here. It looks like Jason may very well have, maybe not, because he had a very wide turn 3, and here comes Alan Forster up behind and going by. So we can clearly see the speed difference in a straight line between the Penske and that 91 machine, which I believe is a Lola. When Alan has a very slow turn 2, turn in a bit too late, was able to hold on though. There's of course Yarin, then it's Raul Yareb behind him, and then it's Juha Bors in the Quaker State car. And then we have Ryan Samsel still trying to acclimatize himself. Sorry, that's Jason Whited. And then we have Jon Team, and then we have Raul Yareb. So that would have been Ryan Samsel right up here actually, fighting with Jari Brupacher at the moment. So this is nice to see, the Indy 500 winner Jari Brupacher fighting with the newcomer Ryan Samsel. So there's some pretty good company Ryan is getting himself involved with right here. Oh, but Ryan clearly has a bit of trouble with turn 2. That was a big check-up for Jari Brupacher. He now loses a position to the Porsche-powered car of Juha Bors. Sorry, Bruno Chacon. And here we can see Raul Yareb being lapped by Scott Urick, who's trying to hook on to Richard Wilkes and David Saber. At least I'd assume he will try to hook onto them. It looks like we have a two-way lead at the moment between Grant Rudal and Alberto Ibanez. We can see a very smooth line for Alberto through 1. You can see again that it looks like Alberto has a bit of an easier time placing his car where he wants it to be, but Grant is still going very quickly, but I think he will be using up a bit more tires compared to Alberto while going at this kind of speed. And there we again got a bit of an idea of the difference in speed compared to the Penske and other cars on this kind of track. through 2, David Saber, I believe this is Saber. Sorry, Mick Chapman is very, very quick. And through 3 as well, but right here on the straight. Okay, that's not the case. He blasts up, trying to go past Mikael here. And he does so. You can see here that Felipe Enrique has closed in on Drexler as well. And he may have a bit of an opportunity now to slipstream up and past, but Drexler himself is getting the slipstream from Chapman's car, so it becomes a bit too much of a task for Enrique at this time. Alan Forster and Yves Placé is trying to help one another to get further up the field by the looks of things, and Adam Hackman has tried to hook onto them, but looks like he's losing out just a little bit in top speed for the time being. But Jason White is closing in, so those two might be able to help one another. And then we have Bruno Chacon in the Porsche, and then it's Ryan Samsel, I think. Yes, it is. He's taking it very carefully through 2, which is a good idea since he joined pretty late for this event. Jari Brupacher has dropped back from him, so Jari must have made a mistake somewhere. And then we have Jason Whited. It looks like we have another car out of this race, unfortunately. Or driver, I should say. Yeah, we have Jan Thiemens out of the race with an engine, and Raul Jereb is out as well. And that's very unfortunate, especially for, well, both of them, really. Because Raul did his best to try and get situated with the car, and Jan has had some pretty good pace from what I've seen, but clearly his engine wanted otherwise tonight. You can see now that we have Alberto Ibanez, Grant Rudal and Martin Lacina in a 3-way duel for the lead. Well, when I say duel, it may just be that they will slipstream each other for the next 120 laps or so, and then it'll actually be a duel after that. And you can see they're closing up on Jari Brupacher, who will soon be a lap down. Which will be a little bit frustrating for him, I think, considering he won the Indianapolis 500, although he was in one of the one-off Penske's for that race. This race he was considered too fast for the Penske's and was given the number 77 instead. Ooh, that's very, very close during the lapping. And I believe there were a little bit of contact between Lacina and Grant Riddle. I believe there must have been. Richard Wilkes is up to 4th, so he is doing a good job getting back up the field and has almost caught the leading group. That's a really quick car he must have under him, considering he is that much faster. Oh, Jari. Oh, that was very close. I was wanting to let Richard by, but that was very close to him ending up in the wall. And here's got Urick and David Saber working away in 5th and 6th position, and lapping Jason Whited at the same time. We also have Dana Schurer and David Junt in this little 4-car group. Well, Scott ended up out of the groove and loses a position. here goes Dana for 5th, and I believe she took it going into 2. And all of them getting really close to the outside barrier. And now 2 wide going through the last turn. This is a bit uncalled for this early in the race, but it's pretty good to watch. You can see, ooh, almost 3 wide. Ooh, and a little bit of contact, I think, there between Sabre and Shure, and Sabre rubbed the wall on the exit. Sorry, that's Shure. Again, they have very similar looking cars, but Shure rubbed the wall a little bit with the right rear tire. Hopefully, she didn't pick up any damage. And here we have Yves Placé in the number 1 car. Sorry, that's Ray Riddell. Again, similar cars. And then we have Jacob Fredriksson in 10th at the moment, trying to make his way back up the field after his pit stop during the yellow in the early laps. And then we have Mick Chapman and Mikael Drexler still going at it in 11th and 12th. And they have Enrique still pretty close behind. And then we have Alan Forster, who has pulled away from Adam Hackman. And then we have Yves Placé. And here we have Jason White. So Jason White must have either had a drive-through or made a mistake somewhere, because he is close to ending up a lap down here, because he has the leaders behind him, and Martin Lassina is actually in the lead at the moment. I think, at least, because, well, I wonder where Grant is, because he was with them earlier on, but Jason does a very good job staying well out of the way of the faster cars. Then we have Jari Brupasjö, and he has now gotten by Ryan Samsel, who's doing a good job staying in this race and getting out of the way of the faster Ray Riddell, and he heads for the pits for his first pit stop, I think. There goes Jason White by. We can see sparks flying everywhere from Martin Lassina's number 12 machine. Went very sideways going through 2. Keeps it off the wall though, and Richard Wilkes is in very close contention as well. So Grant must have pitted, I believe, because he's not after the race. I don't think. Yeah, he must have pitted because he's 34 seconds behind. I believe a pit stop is about 30 seconds or so. So that's a very early pit stop, but they may be counting back, and that's Ryan Samsel being lapped. Oh, stay off the wall, Ryan, stay off the wall as much as you can, because that looked very, very precarious. Alberto had a bad exit of... Well, bad exit, he got out of the way of Yves so that he could go by named driver as Richard Wilkes headed for the pits. And that's Martin Lassina with a slightly worse exit. Okay, so Martin is heading for the pits. I believe that is what he's signaling with that. And he does it again, so he is heading for the pits. And there he goes. So Alberto is now alone in the lead. For the time being, of course. When Enrique stopped in the pits for some reason. I wonder why. Because he has no engine in the car at the moment. Now he does. I wonder what is the problem for him. Because he's losing a lot of laps here. And we have a yellow by the speed of things. Oh, it looks like Jari Brupacho has had a big moment. Because he's crabbing a lot here. Not sure I will be able to catch this. Oh, we could hear the contact. So I believe what will have happened is that he lost the car in two, ran up into the wall, and that's all she wrote, unfortunately. And with that, unless it's just a puncture, that looks like a lot of damage to his car. And they also missed his pit stall by a little bit, well, quite a bit, but hopefully his pit crew will be able to repair his car. Unfortunately, Ryan Samsel is out of this race as well. So unfortunately I cursed him, saying he was doing a good job. But we do have a yellow, and actually I don't know whether... I don't think Alberto has pitted yet, so he may very well have to pit under this yellow, which will lose him a lot of positions, and he does. Following him in is Dana Schurer and David Saber. And Michael Drexler, Grant Riddle, David Junt, Alan Forster, and I saw someone else. Oh, that was very close for Adam Hackman to hit the standing tower. May have had a drive-through actually. Possibly, but either way, now in the lead is Richard Wilkes. Once the field has been sorted out. Looks like there is a little bit of confusion as to who should be where at right now. Okay, so it looks like Juspas has been given a back of the line penalty because he's dropping back a lot. Looks like Martin Lassina should be in second and Scott Urick third. Adam Hackman up to fourth, but I don't think he will have pitted yet though. No, I don't think so, so he will be heading for the pits now. And he does indeed. So Ray Riddle is the last car on the lead lap, and he's stuck behind the safety car and ahead of the leading car, so he may not stay there for very long. That's very unfortunate for him that he didn't end up ahead of the safety car. But we can see now how bumpy this track really is when they are going slowly. The suspension is working a lot, and the whole screen is moving around quite a bit for us, with the camera being mounted directly to the chassis, more or less. But let's see, Scott, are you with us?
Yes, I am.
How did you find those opening 33 laps?
Oh, I'll tell you what, that was an absolute barrel of monkeys racing with David Sabre the whole time.
Yeah, it looked like you guys were fairly close, as was Dana Schurer and I believe... I do apologize, I can't remember the... David Juntit was indeed.
Her.
Indeed it was.
Yeah, every time David Sabre and I would get side by side, she was right on top of it.
Yeah, and you... good thing you all survived, and you're currently sitting in third, if I'm not mistaken, maybe fourth. Third, so...
Well, we'll see what happens. I've got Grant behind me on the restart, so that's going to be... might be better served just to let him take a run at it.
Well, that is...
It's too early to start tilting at windmills yet.
Yeah, it is, but that is one of the difficulties with these long distance races, knowing when and where to either fight or avoid it.
Yeah, pick your battles. Okay, gotta go back to work.
Yep, good luck, and thank you for chatting with us for now. And that is Scott Urick, currently sitting in third, as the safety car will be heading into the pits. So the restart is go, and Ray Riddle is in control of the field. And a bit of a bunch up towards the middle of the field, but there goes Richard Wilkes into the lead, or assuming the lead and lapping Ray Riddle, and Mick Chapman is caught up in this as well, running just off the lead lap. And this will cause a little bit of hazard for Scott Urick and Grant Riddle, I think. And here they go, too wide through two. Oh dear me, that was really close. And Scott is trying to find a way to lap Mick Chapman here. Mick Chapman runs wide, so I think this should open up for Scott Urick to go by. It does indeed. And let's see, back here we have a bit of a battle with the lappings going on. We have Alberto Ibanez trying to make his way up. Oh! Back up the field. Ray didn't want to let the lapping happen, and Dana almost getting spun into the wall. I believe that is Dana's car at least. Yeah, it was, so Dana almost got spun into the wall in turn 1. Thankfully they all survived and are able to keep going here. Jakob Ferguson trying to get up there to hook onto them, and here we have the two Penskes working together in the form of Drexler and Forrester. And then we have Adam Hackman and Adam Hackman, followed by Felipe Enrique, who's running a couple of laps down. And then we have, I believe that's Jason White, who's also a lap behind. Bruno Chacon is right behind him, and Jason White had also in very close proximity. And Jari Brupasjö is still in the pits repairing his car, so that was a very large amount of damage to his car. Hopefully he will be able to continue once his car is repaired. Let's head back to the front of the field for now. And Richard Wilkes has opened up a big gap. And then we have the two blue, white and red cars running together in Lacina and Urick. And Grant Vidal is very close behind as well. So they may be able to help one another. Oh, Grant's understeer having a lot of push in 3. And here goes Alberto Ibanez past. So maybe these 4 will be able to help one another to catch back up to Richard Wilkes. You can see there in traffic they have to slow down quite a bit in the opening turn. We have 210, 214 mph going into 2, holding 182-ish mph in the middle. Going into 4, we'll probably go down to about 175. 174 was the slowest speed I saw there. Ooh, and one of the cars up ahead hit the wall. Let's see, that was Martin Lacina, I believe, who hit the wall. And here goes Scott Urick up the inside, going into 1. And 2 wide, going through 3. So I do believe Martin picked up a little bit of damage there, because he has dropped just a little bit of pace here compared to the other cars around him. Oh, and he hits the grass! Oh, I think he was able to hold it, but that was very close to him going up into the outside retaining wall. And here comes Alberto Ibanez going by. Oh, and 2 wide through 2. Oh, sorry, that's Scott Urick who's dropping back, so my apologies, I misidentified cars. Let's see if we can find any other good battles going on. Around the track. We have here between Adam Hackman and Mikael Drexler a little bit of a fight going on. And Adam Hackman, sideways close to the apron, goes by. And that's Felipe Enrique, I believe, behind them in the Jiffy car. Oh, and Hackman having to work hard to stay off the wall then. Good save. You can see that Drexler closes a lot down the straight. But it looks like Hackman is faster in the turns, especially if he can get 2 down like he does this time around. That's a beautiful line going through there. Just a tiny bit of a lift, I think I heard, but otherwise completely planted. And it unfortunately seems like Jerry Bukacher has retired from this race. He has indeed, with an engine failure. I'm not sure if it was the engine or it was the damage he picked up, but his car was crabbing pretty badly, so either way he's unfortunately out of this race. You can see here that the battle up here is still going on between Scott Urick has found David Saber once again. Not sure if he's really happy or a bit frustrated with that, but it's the same battle group once again. It's Saber, Urick, Schurer and Junt hanging out together right here. Or maybe a better word to describe it is trying to survive. Because there are still quite a few laps to go in this race. We are almost reaching almost at a quarter distance. And during the next yellow, we'll have a trivia question for you, courtesy of Jason White, who does a lot of work for HSO. As one of the admins, he also admins this series as Scott Urick goes up the inside of David Saber, going into 1. And it looks like he's going to take the position. He does indeed. Here comes Saber, oops, my apologies, with a really good run. Oh no, Scott is in the wall. Scott hit the wall there. Hopefully it didn't pick up any major damages. Well, that looked like a pretty hefty wall hit. Looks like he's currently on the pace at least. But we'll see in a couple of laps time if that has any adverse effects on his racing this evening. Dear me. Try to keep it sensible, fellas. It's still early in this race. I believe we will now have hit the quarter distance, just about, of 50 laps. With this lap being started, or possibly at the end of this lap. And here they go to lap. That is Eos Place in the number 1 Budweiser car. And here we can see Dana Schurer and I believe David Saber going side by side, going through 3. So clearly Scott hasn't lost any speed for the time being. Oh, don't hit each other in the straight. That's a bit unwanted at this time. You can wait for it for the last 15 laps and then you can begin hitting each other. If you really feel like it. Oh, dear me, both of them really slowed up, but David Junt didn't want to go by. He wants to sit in the draft. Oh, that's a bad read from Dana Schurer there. Didn't quite read what Jason White had wanted to do. I believe that was Jason Whitehead's car anyway. You can see Alberto Ibanez still trying to catch up to those guys. And then we have Jakob Fredriksson still running together with Mick Chapman. They seem to be of a similar pace. I believe they are running the same chassis and presumably the same kind of Cosworth engine. Here we have Adam Hackman, still doing a brilliant job here. He really has improved in the last couple of races here. Still currently sitting 11th, but definitely with a chance of a top 10 if he keeps going at this rate. And then we have Mikael Drexler a bit further behind, so those two has definitely split up, at least for the time being, until the next yellow possibly. And then we have Mick Chapman a lap down, so 13th back is at least a lap behind. So 13th Mick Chapman, 14th for Ray Rideau, who is drafting with Adam Hackman at the moment, trying to make him go a little bit quicker. 15th for Jason White, 16th for Bruno Chacon, 17th for Yves Placet, 18th for Jason Whited, and 19th for Philippe Urick, who is currently our last car running. Oh, and Dana Shuri just out of this race. Oh dear me, what happened here? It was suspension damage, but what caused that? Let's see, I believe she may have hit the wall coming out of 2 actually. Yeah, she may very well have hit the wall there, but I believe that was just lag. And then going into 1, there were a little bit of, oh, I believe she and David Saber may have made contact, and unfortunately Dana Schurer is out of this race. It looks like everyone else is running for the time being. Let's quickly have a look through. Make sure everyone is actually running that are out on track right now. It would seem like it, but Jason White got very close to ending up out of this race, trying to avoid that incident. But with this yellow, we'll have a look at the trivia question for this event. And the question goes, as everyone heads into almost everyone heads into the pits behind the screen. Who is the only driver in IndyCar history to win the Triple Crown? That meaning all 3 500-mile contests in the same year. Is it A, Johnny Rutherford? Is it B, Gordon Johncock? Or is it C, Erland Senior? I must say, when I saw the question for the first time and gave my answer, I was very wrong indeed. But of course all of you watching is far more knowledgeable than I am, sure, so you will know the answer, no problem at all. Let's see, presumably we'll have a few laps of safety car, but Scott is currently, well, he may be with us yet again. Are you with us, Scott?
I am.
Fantastic. Looked like you ended up in the same group once again.
Well, yeah, wasn't doing too bad.
Well, it looked a little bit unfortunate. I don't know if you saw what exactly happened with Dana Schurer in that instance.
No. What Yeah, it was behind me, but I didn't. I just saw a puff of smoke. I didn't see what happened.
Well, that's unfortunate, because we didn't quite catch it on the broadcast either, but by the looks of things, she may have hit the wall coming out of 2, and then later on, going into 3, she and David Saber was side by side, and suddenly her car was up in the air on the replay. I don't know if she caught air and hit the barrier, or if she span and hit the barrier. But either way, she picked up suspension damage, and that's why she ended up out of the race.
Oosh.
But looking at it,
You hear that?
yeah, it's very unfortunate. But looking at how this race is going, we are just over a quarter into the race, and by the looks of things, you're in the groove.
Yep, and I haven't, I haven't cut her loose yet.
So
I'm still running mid-range boost, and I'm finding that it seems that a lot of the cars, I don't know whether it's drafting or just less downforce they have on, but I'm catching them wildly in the corners, then they're drafting back by on the straightaways, so I think the draft is a big part of it, but I am very pleased with the way my tires are holding up thus far. And the mileage, of course, it seems like everybody else is getting that same mileage, so I don't want to turn the wick up yet and start burning fuel and cost myself an extra pit stop.
no, that's very understandable. But looking at the rest of the race, what is the plan? Will you, as you say, just keep the wick down and wait until the final pit stop, or will you try a little bit earlier and see what kind of pace you will have? Or
Hoping, sort of the way I'm doing the math in my head, that our last pit will be close enough to the end that I can turn the wick all the way up and let her go, and at least for what I've tested, I mean, she'll make what I figure my last stint will be, but sort of short pitted here because I didn't dare wait and come in under green.
well, it's difficult to not do what everyone else does
Yes.
in those kind of situations.
Well, and we've had a great long green flag stints, so we're chewing up the mileage.
We are indeed. I think we've hit about 130 miles or thereabouts at this very moment.
About 150.
Is it already that much?
Not quite, but about 145. 60 laps will be 150 miles.
Well, the laps has definitely ran away with us, to put it that way. But
It really, to tell you the truth, it's not seem like it's been that many laps, just because there's always somebody around. There's been some great racing out here.
Indeed, we've caught a bit of your battles, and there's been battles all the way up and down the field actually. So really good to watch so far, and hopefully it continues. But I think we'll wish you, well, I don't know if there's one more lap or not of safety car here.
We're on one more lap, so.
Okay. But looking at the racing so far, who would you say now compared to ahead of the race would be the one to watch? Or is it still Grand Prix?
Alberto is still very strong. Richard has got something, I think, for everybody, but I don't know what he's doing strategy-wise. I'm sure I could run up there and go after him right now, but I'm just, like I said, not ready.
Okay, and I sort of agree with you in terms of Richard Wilkes, and I'm... Yep, so good luck. So we are heading towards the green flag. Richard Wilkes is again in the lead, as we have the green flag, with Jason White trying to get a bit of a gap here, as he is back on the lead lap just ahead of this group. We can see everyone heading into turn 1 together. You can see that's a very big group indeed. And I'm afraid for Jason White that he won't be able to stay there for long. Oh, I believe a lot of them will have notched the wall on the exit of 2. And another big group back here with Bruno Chacon and Adam Hackman leading it. Oh no, we have someone on the infield lifting, I think. That looked like... Was that Alberto? Oh, it was! Oh no! No, 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 Alberto! So this will be another yellow surely. Whatever happened there? I think I saw it in the background, but I want to make sure. Let's see, going into 3, he's on the inside. Going slower than most of the others. And he goes towards the... That's very, very strange. He was on the white line and he lifted. Whatever that was about, he's unfortunately out of this race. Dear me, that...
I don't know what happened to him.
That's very, very unfortunate. By the looks of things, he was going for the pits, and one of the bumps on the inside of the road got air under his car, and the car took off like an airplane.
Oh.
I'm not entirely sure.
I mentioned that to the admins, and it's ironic that he is one, and I was testing on the 73 version of the track, figuring this one would be based off of it. I had tried a high-speed entrance to the pits, and the same thing happened to me. And Jason tested it and said yes, that was there, and they thought they had it solved, but
apparently
I guess it just caught Alberto out. I have felt it there, but so far I've only pitted under yellow, so I'll just have to make a point of staying wide before I come in.
Indeed. Yeah, that's very, very unfortunate indeed. You can see a couple of cars heading into the pits during this yellow. Look like it may have been, if it's Jason White and Jacob Ferguson, I believe that was. So yeah, looked like another very hectic restart there. A lot of cars on the same piece of road.
Oh yes. And like we were talking, well, you said what happened to Alberto, but he was slowed down and way off of it. I couldn't understand why he was pitting under green, since we had just had the yellow.
Well, it's difficult to say. I thought he pitted during the yellow, but he may have actually stayed out because he was a bit further behind. But I'm fairly sure he pitted during the yellow. So I don't know, maybe he had some kind of penalty or something that he would have to serve on the green, or something like that, possibly.
I wouldn't know what it was under yellow pitting. If he pitted, I don't know. Maybe that was part of his strategy. Let it go and pit under green. Maybe get some open running going for a while. make mileage and time that way.
Very possibly. And David Jund heads into the pits as well, as does, I believe, that's Ray Riddle. So again, we are on the jello here at Pocono. With Grant Riddle now in the lead. He took the lead during the restart. On the end of that restart lap, unfortunately Alberto Ibanez ended up out of the race after an airplane incident where air got under his car and he lifted off. And I believe we are now joined by Alberto indeed. Alberto, what, I think I saw what happened, but either way, what happened from your point of view?
Hey guys, well, I guess I had the bad luck of hitting something in the track that sent me airborne. What happened is that I had to actually serve a stop and go penalty, because it seems that when I dived into the pits, I had overtaken Bruno Chacon without noticing. So as soon as I entered the pits, I got that stop and go. So when the race was restarted, I knew I had to serve it, so I just basically wanting to get around the track as quick as possible. But then somehow I hit the change in banking, and as a result the car went airborne, which is a bit weird because it was not at a huge speed. And well, we had already that experience during testing for the track, and we had modified the banking entering the pits. And if you were entering at very high speed, it was no problem at all. But it seems I had bad luck.
Yeah, that's very, very bad luck. The race is underway again. If you want, you're very, very welcome to stay and
yeah, I'll be staying.
Commentate on the race with us, and we can talk a bit more with you about how your race was going. And since you have more knowledge than me, you are free to share anything you know. Grant up in the wall and out of 2.
I happen to remember that I've seen him likely breeze the walls someone when I was following him, so I'm not really sure what state his car is in.
Well, there have been a few cars.
Seems to be waving a lot.
Maybe that notch put the final nail in the coffin in terms of keeping his car well balanced and well handling.
He doesn't seem to be losing too much turns, but never know. In any case, in the straight, the Chevy engines clearly were quicker.
It is indeed.
And well, we have Richard Wales in the lead now, challenged by Grant Riddle, but I had been following him on stint previously before I pit and I crashed. And I think he's using. Oh,
dearie me! Oh no!
That's bad luck, and I guess that means a yellow.
Yeah, most likely. Yeah, everyone is slowing down.
Like I was saying, I think that Richard is using a very high. I know that he has mentioned to me many times that he believes that there are too many yellows here to actually think of races in terms of economy. So he prefers to run higher boost competitive and let the race unfold in front of him.
Indeed, and that was very unfortunate. David Saber ended up a little bit wide, tried to overturn it to avoid the outside barrier, I believe, and as he put the power on, the rear end stepped out on him and off he went. Very similar to that of Swede Savage's crash at Indianapolis in the 70s, in terms of how the car veered left.
You see, the thing is, if you don't have here enough front wing, you will be understeering into the wall when you're in traffic. But then again, when you have higher wing, you have to be very careful, because if you're pushing the car, especially on corners, it's very easy that it suddenly lets go from the rear, because it has actually more grip than you need in the front. So I guess Dave probably came out of the corner on throttle, and the car in front of him moved, and he suddenly gained grip. I can tell you that my car was becoming quite dangerous towards the ends of the stints, so that it did run very well at the beginning and the middle of the stints. I was very happy with the car. I had the feeling that I had the best car in the grid.
Yeah, you proved that you were very quick in the car. You went from more or less last in the field to 4th or 5th after the between the first and second yellows.
Yeah, and all this was on, I think, on boost 3. I ran most of my first stint where I settled behind Martin Latina in boost 1. Because 1 was good enough for me to run with the top guys, which anyway I think we're also using some lower boost. I think Richard Wilkes is the only one who was using a higher one, and probably it's what gave him a lead. Because when I had to get when we got this yellow, he had, I think, something like 7 to 5 seconds in front of me. And on boost 1, I certainly wasn't changing. I had to put boost 2 to stay with him, and 3 if I wanted to gain some ground.
Yeah, very likely he's using a bit of a high boost, and maybe that's a strategy call,
If
or
he's
maybe
using low boost, he's got a car that handles on rails. Of course, Richard's always one to have a car completely trimmed out. He drives it much looser than I could probably stand.
Yeah, maybe, because he also goes very well in traffic. I guess especially towards the end of the stint when you don't have much fuel, you have to be really careful.
yeah, especially with all the bumps, because I'd assume you get a bit of wheel spin with the rear tires when your car becomes lighter as well.
Yes, it's easy. If the bumps unsettle you, it's easy that coming out of a corner you suddenly get stepping out. Just because of big front, but also because of what you mentioned. I have to put Tifa springs now to account for all the fuel that we have in the car. That of course means that you have less tolerance for the bumps. Tires will be bumping around a lot more. Of course they lose traction.
Now that may also be why David Saber went off the track there. The fact that, well, yeah. Never mind, I'm getting myself all tied up in that one.
Number three demands a lot of patience. You can get after it lightly and slowly ease your throttle in, but if you get just a hair too aggressive, then yes, it will shake the rear end loose, and it is. You don't feel it immediately, then it's really hard to catch.
Yeah, it's. I mean, this track is very peculiar. It has 3 turns, but all 3 of them are different. So no matter what you do with your setup, you always end up with a compromise or simply favoring some corners over the others. But turn 3, as Scott just explained, is a good example of it, because normally you will oversteer on turn 3 and understeer on turn 1, no matter what you do. You gear the car if you rig the car to be neutral in turn 1 and take it really at quick speed, then it's going to be very dangerous in turn 3. Vice versa, if it's neutral in turn 3, then you will be understeering into the wall in turn 1.
Well said.
That makes
I guess basically the best compromise, at least that's the one that I had, and it seems that Scott also found the same, is to leave with a bit of oversteer on turn 3. Yes, David Sabre also found it out, and because of that had a looser car there, and well, it went from under him.
Well, another big, and it seems counterintuitive, but when the car starts to get loose, your natural instinct is to lift. And if you lift too much, it'll snap it back the other way. And too much counter steer. Like Jonathan was saying, That's what caused Sweet Savage his crash. The yellow came out in practice, and he was coming through turn 4, and
Yeah, that's
Now, who am
something
I
that
thinking?
that still
Yeah, he jumped
catches
off the throttle.
many drivers as too instinctive and sometimes it's too quick. We also remember well what happened to Sebastian Bourdais this year in the Indianapolis qualifying. Yes, that's exactly the thing. And well, he's a guy that had obviously lots of experience in ovals also. But I guess this is something that tends to catch more the road racers, because they are so used instinctively to steering. I know from many NASCAR guys who simply do not counter steer. They accept that they will spin into the infield and that's it. Don't see that as much there because people are probably more dedicated to oval racing from the beginning. So it seems we're getting green.
Yeah, the green flag is out. The race is back underway, and Richard Wilkes has had a bit of a slow restart here, and Grant Ridal has jumped up into the lead with Scott.
Doing 2 good restarts, and I would guess that has something to do with the gearing, because you have to restart in 3rd gear, and you either have it perfectly for the speed you have at that moment, or it's easy to lose traction or to be caught by the others.
Indeed, and by the looks of things, he would have it set for the rest of the race and the track. Ooh, he tried to look up the inside of Scott Urick there, and that got very close to contact.
I guess Richard doesn't want to lose the train from the leaders.
Indeed. Owen Adam Hackman is actually sitting in 6th position at the moment. That's a very good drive from him so far. Doing a very good job in that number 14 Copenhagen sponsored machine. And he's again battling with Michael Drexler. They've been locked in battle for most of this race. Owen, who is that on the infield?
Oh, Richard, that's Richard
Oh
Wilkes.
no!
So what happened to him?
We just talked about how good he was doing. This is, for some reason or another, I'm trying to watch it on the replay here.
That was my bad all the way.
Oh dearie me.
Won't be for that.
I know he won't.
Oh.
I started to push wide behind Martin, and I had to hop off the gas. And that's when, where I would usually do my acceleration, and he I think caught one of my rear tires, and it sent him up.
Oh, that's very, very unfortunate. He was
bad. I was just trying to save my car.
Yellow, which is sad because we had been having some pretty long stints of racing that were great. Let's hope that this is the last yellow in some time.
Indeed. Yeah, it's just one of those things. I mean, as Scott say, he tried to save the car, and unfortunately, Richard Wilkes was in the wrong place at the wrong time.
Oh.
Yeah. He probably is waiting to see if the car straightens itself up. But I also waited. Yeah, there you go. He left. Suspension broken.
That's very, very unfortunate. He definitely had the pace to go for the win here tonight.
Yes, he did.
I'll be back in a moment.
User left your channel.
I'd assume Alberto is heading over to Richard Wilkes' channel to see if he would be willing to speak to at least Alberto. But yeah, as Alberto said, hopefully this is the last yellow for a few laps, so that we get another green stint and some good racing going for us all to watch. You can see that Grant Ridal headed into the pits, as did Jakob Fredriksson, David Junt and Alan Forster. So clearly Grant is going with the same strategy that Jason would seem to be working towards that. During yellows you pit for fuel and then you run until the next yellow and then you pit again.
There you go.
Which technically is a fair way to do it, but it can become a little bit dangerous at times, especially if you get to, let's say, lap 145 and that's a yellow, and then there would be green flag running until the end of the race.
Well, a lot of it depends on your position in the field. If you are laps down or back towards the back of the pack, get fresh tires whenever you can. You're not going to lose that many spots. But for instance, where I'm sitting, then I've got Michael and Adam and Grant behind me. And whoever else is down the serial on the same lap, then that's going to put me behind them. And
Well, that's a fair call. But in this case, Grant was quite far up the grid, but still decided to pit. Sure about that. Strategy call, but
maybe counting his laps backwards, kind of like I am.
could very well be. And with them pitting as well, Adam Hackman is up into 4th position, which is very, very impressive.
Michael Drexler starts last, and he's up in 3rd.
Oh yes, indeed. So he moved up as well. So in 3rd is Drexler, and that's also a very, very good drive. So far, he's been able to stay out of trouble, and he is getting his due right now.
Yes, that is a very good ride for him. I tried to talk him out of his car. He said on the forum, remembered why he didn't like Pocono, and I said to you, or why he disliked Pocono, and I said, do you dislike it enough to let me have your car for the weekend?
Since you're
the
not
only
in...
response I got was, nice try.
I was going to say, since you're in the number 30 Domino's car, the answer was something like no.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, so with that... Apologies to Scott for that. So with that, we have reached 77 out of 200 laps. And we currently have Martin Lacina in the lead, followed by Scott Urick, Mikael Drexler, Adam Hackman, Grant Widall, Jakob Fredriksson, Alan Forster, who I believe is the first car a lap down, in 7th now. No, that was the timing beacons not working to my advantage earlier, so Alan Forster is 7th. Actually, he's not 7th at the moment. David Junt is 7th, with Alan Forster 8th. 9th for Ray Riddle, and 10th for Mick Chapman, but I believe those guys are a lap behind. They are indeed. Ray Riddle is the first car a lap down, by the looks of things. They're still doing a really good job in that SDP sponsored car. Let's see, it looks like the pace car may be heading in this lap. And it is indeed, so we have a restart. And Martin Lassina leads the field towards the start-finish line. And here they go, the green flag is out. And the race is back underway. With Scott Urick trying to go around outside of Martin Lassina going through turn 1. Both of them being held up. But Martin Lassina holds on to the lead for the time being. Now Scott goes to the inside in 2. And he goes by. And immediately gains a little bit of a gap. And that's, I believe, Ray Riddle trying to unlap himself. Where Scott has a big moment going through 3. And he loses at least 1 position with that, possibly 2 to Michael Drexler, who goes up into 2nd. So Scott Urick drops from 1st to 3rd. And a bit of lag going on, but Scott! Scott! Oh no. And that's unfortunately another yellow flag, I think.
Yes, it is.
With Scott Urick unfortunately ending up out of the race. That's really unfortunate, mate. So Scott, would you mind telling us what happened from your point of view?
I'm not completely sure. I did get very loose coming out of a 3 that previous lap. I don't know whether I had the tire heated up that bad or what happened. By the time I got to 1, I caught it. Turn 3, and when I got into 1, then it just stepped out, and once it got to the grass, I was riding. I locked up the brakes trying to keep it off the inside wall, but
Well, that's very unfortunate, especially since you had a very good race going.
yes, I was very happy with where it was at. It was, yeah, when I got loose in 3, that's when Martin and Michael got by, and
Well, out on the track we have a few pit stoppers in the form of Martin Lassina, Adam Hackman, Grant Riddle yet again, and Michael Drexler. That leaves Jacob Fredriksson in the lead of this race. And unfortunately we have another yellow, so I'm sort of running out of things to talk about during the yellows.
well, it hasn't been as bad as some tracks.
Granted that, but with me having a bit of a bad preparement for this race, all my subjects has already been talked about. Anything you'd like to bring up to talk about during this yellow?
I'm thinking. I'm going through the data banks right now. Drexler looks to be, he's sitting in fine position. We've got Frederickson up front now with an 87 March.
Yeah, it's been...
And Yunt has made it to the front, but I'm going to guess they have to pit again. There I see Mick Chapman in the pits.
Yeah, Chapman headed into the pits, and Fredriksson and Yunt pitted on the last yellow.
I think my big sin was running up in the top 3, then I turned into a young man again and got overeager.
One of the dangers.
Same thing I did to Pascal at Spa in the WEC race.
Ah, indeed. That was another very unfortunate situation.
I am watching the race between 7th and 8th. Now, Ray Riddall is a lap down, but I had noticed on the hot lap sheet during practice this week that Ray had come out and skunked Grant by a few hundredths in their testing lap times. So I thought, here's another one where, you know, hey, age and experience will beat the youth enthusiasm. So we'll see. Got a ways to go. I really expected Grant may be playing the smart game here, like I should have stayed with. He's only in 7th, and he's only 7 seconds back, and we still have over half the race to go.
Indeed. So
as Alberto was saying earlier, he was running boost 1, and it was good enough to keep up with anybody. Drexler may be actually doing that, finds himself there. If he remains smart, God help the field when he cranks the power up and goes for it. Then again, Alan Forster's still sitting on the lead lap in his Penske.
He's been doing a good job as well, staying out of trouble. He's been running pretty far back on the lead lap during the early stages, and now he's still on the lead lap and staying with the field.
I applaud. If that's discipline, I completely applaud him for that, because that car, I would say, even faster than some of the Penske's or the other Penske's in the real race. Al Unser Sr. was just setting sail on the field, and then the motor quit.
That's very unfortunate for him, as I believe the safety car looks to be heading into the pits, so we'll be... It does indeed, so we will have a green flag this time by. And the race is back underway, and again Ray Riddall gets swamped by everyone behind him, so the leaders definitely has a lot of work, their work cut out for them on the restarts.
Oh, is that Yves Placé in front of the field?
It is, but I believe he is a lap or two down. He is indeed, he is now 2 laps down, as he gets lapped by Jacob. Oh, and sideways going through turn 2. That was really close to him losing it, I'm fairly sure. That's his heart rate up by a few dozen beats.
A few dozen.
Yeah. Well. Yeah. Anyway,
and truth be told, your heart rate doesn't go up at the moment. It's when you get it straightened down the straightaway, you're shaking for the next turn.
Fair enough. As Ray heads into onto the lead lap once again. So he's doing his best to try and stay on the lead lap here and hope for another yellow so that he can make his way onto the back of the field on the lead lap. and get back into this race, because he's been running a lap behind quite a while now, but as you said, he should theoretically have the speed here. And here goes Jacob Ferguson up the inside into
Jacob
one.
got the draft. Oh, and Ray's going to stick him on the out. Is Ray staying with him on it? Nope.
I think he did the right thing to drop back.
Behind, and he'll make a run here, going to 2.
And he's clear past him on the turn in this time around.
And Jacob backs out because you do not want to go in there too wide.
Ooh, and I believe
the outside guy.
when Yves Placé was rubbing the wall in 2, so he is definitely struggling in traffic. When Grant is up with them now, so that's a 3-way duel for the lead at the moment between Fredriksson, Junt and Riddell. And Riddell trying around outside.
Junt backs out, he's going to set up a line coming out of 1.
And Lacina is with them as well. And Yves Placé is up towards the outside wall in 1. And here comes Grant. No, he stays behind, so he is happy to stay behind for the time being. He may be waiting for the start-finish straight or here, when I believe Ray rubbed the wall right there. Of course it's... Ooh!
Grant chops off Jacob.
That is very brave.
Grant's running interference. He's running blocker for his dad.
Possibly.
He's sticking right behind him. With the draft, he should be out and gone. No, he's sticking right behind his dad. He's hanging on for that next yellow to get his dad back up on the... Well, he's in the lead lap, and getting back up to the top of the lead lap.
Well...
At the same time, Grant saved.
My God! Ray touched the grass on the inside of 2, and that very nearly put him in the outside barrier and out of this race.
Scraped the wall, yes, that grass, there's no give there. If you nip that grass on the inside, it's about all you can do to get it out of it and hang on to it for the stay off the wall on the outside. Ray's still in there behind Martin, or behind Jacob.
Yeah, trying to get back onto the lead lap, and I suppose Grant will be trying to get into the same position once again, but it'll be a bit more of a struggle this time around. When both Jacob and Ray was very slow in 3, and here comes Martin. And Grant drops up behind his father here, and
yep, on his gearbox puts him through. Okay, come on, Ray, hang on to it.
Yeah, he does, just about. I think he got a bit more speed than he wanted.
He saved the most energy coming out of 1. He was right up to the wall.
And then he tries to stay tight towards the... Ooh. 3, I believe both Ray, Grant and Lacina rubbed the wall coming out of 2. All of them on the same line.
Jacob's a little bit wide. Or he's got his tail out.
Yep. Oh, dearie me. Grant backed out of it, and Martin almost drilled the back of him going into 1. That looked very, very scary indeed. That would have almost... That would be very close to what you would call a brake check, looking at the speed difference that they had. But again, I'm not sure. That's up for the admins to decide. But here comes Martin up the inside of Grant, going into 3. But Grant tries to hold on around the outside, and Ray stays on the high side, goes down low now. Don't know if he's... I thought he'd let Grant to get the draft, but instead he's going to on the defensive here, and loses out a little bit. And I do apologize to the rest of the field, but this is an intriguing situation we have right here. I'll quickly let everyone else at least get a little bit of camera time right here. It seems like we have quite a few runners left in this race. I would have expected us to have a few more left at this point in the race, but it is what it is, I suppose. And by the looks of things, Ray has been left in the dust of Martin and Grant.
Grant said, "Sorry, Dad, I gotta go with him."
Yeah, because Martin definitely has had the pace this evening and been doing a very good job so far. And clearly wants to try and stretch his legs a little bit by the looks of things, because I don't think that speed difference twice in a row was just down to the draft. I think he will have put a little bit of boost on as well. And here comes Grant going up the inside into one.
Man, Grant goes into that corner low and he's wide. Here comes Martin.
Oh, I think Grant may very well have nudged the wall, yeah.
There were sparks.
And he very sensibly backs out of that, not trying to run around outside in two. That would very much be a suicide move. And Alan Forster currently sitting in 5th here, with Mikael Drexler right behind him, so the two Penske's sort of working together to try and catch up to the leading group, as Alan Forster dispenses of, I believe that is Jason White. It is indeed. And then we have Adam Hackman in 7th, still inside the top 10 and doing a good job keeping it on the track, which is no mean feat considering all the bumps and other dangers around here. And then of course you have Ray in 8th at the moment, trying his darndest to stay ahead of the two guys behind him, but now he has to let Jakob Ferguson go, and David Junt follows the Swede through. And with all that battling, the leading two has gained almost a 2 seconds advantage, more or less, to 3rd and 4th in the form of Fredriksson and Junt. It's also interesting to see that David Junt, despite not having done anything overly remarkable in this race, is sitting in 4th.
That might very well be the key.
Well, that's sort of how we won the Michigan 500, so he has proven that strategy can work pretty well. Right now he's pushing Fredriksson along, so they'll certainly be trying to catch up to the two ahead. And here comes Ray going into the pits, so he stayed out for as long as he could to try and use that strategy, but it was not to be, and Bruno Chacon comes out to the pits after having pitted as well.
Ray may still be in good shape. If he pits now, and we get a yellow in the next couple laps, because he can be back out and up to pace before these guys come back around again.
Well, he's leaving the pits now, having dropped a couple of positions to Hackman and White. So Hackman has actually dropped off the lead lap right here. No, sorry, Jason White and Mick Chapman I had a bit of trouble reading the list, but we have now reached the halfway point actually. We are now past the 100 laps. So those 20 laps went very quickly by.
Yes, they did.
And I do know that's not quite English grammar, but
Actually, it was pretty good.
for being a spur of the moment, I suppose it was, but I don't think an English teacher would have been too happy about that one.
Well, it's a good thing you don't teach English.
Indeed. Oh, Jacob Ferguson is all sideways in 3. Oh, he held it. Wow.
Unbelievable.
Oh, look at that steering lock. Wow. That is very, very impressive indeed.
David Yunt's going, what did he just do?
Indeed. Well, David had one of those himself at Phoenix in the opening round, where he was very, very sideways in 3 and 4 at that circuit, so he's probably applauding in his cockpit at the moment at the save that Jacob just pulled off, but that dropped them another probably 2 seconds. Yeah, it did 2.5 seconds actually to the 2 in the lead. And Jason White has just pitted. I just noticed because he was heading out to the pits. And Adam Hackman is still trying to hold on to the rear wings of the 2 Penske's ahead. And he's doing a pretty good job at it because he's not that far behind. But he is down a little bit on straight line speed. He's hitting 207 going into 2, while the Penske's and the like are hitting 220, 230 more or less. So he is down on power, but he's definitely very, very quick in the turns. And here goes the...
in the race. For the 3 laps down, kind of the press on regardless trophy. But valiant nonetheless.
Indeed, both Felipe Enrique and Bruno Chacon is still in this race, doing their best to try and... Ooh, as I say that, Felipe Enrique got very, very close to hitting the wall in 2. He got the turning point all wrong and had a lot of push from the car ahead, which I believe...
Somebody's off the track. Or was that a glitch? Forster. No. Oh. Must be something with mine.
Yeah, it would seem like it, because I can't see anyone off the track at the moment.
About 6 cars going out through the forest in a short shoot.
Yeah, that's happened at, a couple of times, so that's a glitch. Ooh. Interesting.
Martin wants nothing of it. He's coming back.
Oh, David Junt has put another lap on, I believe that is Ray. So Ray is unfortunately 2 laps down now. Actually 3 laps down.
Ray may have cuffed the wall 1 too many times coming out of 2.
Oh, indeed. As he did it again, I think. But yeah, that's unfortunate for him. He had a very good race going. Either way, it's
saving a little fuel.
Yeah, very likely.
Uh-oh. We lose.
Oh, dearie me! That was Felipe Enrique. Ay, 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 ay. And someone had a very lucky escape just there. But Felipe Enrique has a lot of damage to his car, and considering how that car is crabbing, I don't think we'll see him finishing the race, unfortunately. But I believe we will have a yellow with that spin. And I'll try to catch up on what happened and who was the lucky escapee. That is blue and white. Oh, we actually hit the wall there, but that is number 71, Mick Chapman. It is who just about avoided Felipe Enrique. Let's see, Felipe Enrique turned into 3 and the car got loose on him, and he tried to counter steer and ended up in the outside barrier. And then trying to get going, he almost ended up in the way of Mick Chapman. And unfortunately, Felipe Enrique is out of this race. So we now have 12 drivers still in this race, with Mick Chapman possibly with a bit of damage to his car. And with that, that brings the leading group back together. And very close behind is Alan Forster and Mikael Drexler as well, only 2 cars behind, and Adam Hackman as well. So it's almost the top 7 in one line right here. It looks like Adam Hackman may be heading into the pits, as does Drexler. Looks like almost everyone except for Alan Forster out of the leading drivers heads into the pits.
Ooh, Grant overshoots.
Oh dearie me.
Grant overshot his pit box.
Oh, but he is, well...
Don't see him servicing him. Oh, maybe they did. Or maybe he couldn't figure out reverse. I don't know. We'll see if he comes back in next time around.
Well, it looked like he was getting service, but I'm not entirely sure. But he leads out to the pits with Lacina 2nd, Fredriksson 3rd, Jund 4th, Drexler 5th, and Hackman 6th. It's probably how it'll shake out. Alan Forster is, of course, leading this race at the moment, but he is a pit stop behind right now.
Yes, but remember, Alan came from nowhere and won Phoenix.
Well, he did indeed, so everything is possible, and he definitely has a very good car underneath him. In the form of that number 60 Penske. Well, let's see if he heads into the pits this time by instead. Looks like he will indeed. So he heads into the pits alongside, or along with, I should say, Jason Whited and Mick Chapman. So it'll be interesting to see if Mick Chapman has some repairs to do, or if he...
How long Mick takes. That's something I don't understand, Jonathan. These guys who wait an extra lap to come into the pits under yellow, because it totally blows them up in the order. Of course, he is Alan, well, he was first. He was the last car on the lap, but had he come in the first time, Grant and Martin and Jacob and David et al. May have saved himself several positions.
Indeed, and it looks like Mick Chapman has some repairs to do, because he is still in the pits.
And he is shut down right now, so blow the engine up.
So he's
like
expecting...
it might be a bit.
Indeed. But with that, we have the leading 6 in one big line. Which is almost crazy to think that we can get to 260, 270 miles into this race and the leading 6 still in one line and everyone in with a shot at the win.
Yes. Still in contact. That is amazing. And let's just hope they remember that there's still almost 90 laps to go. Take it from someone who forgot that and wrecked his car. Look who's in front of the entire field again.
Let's have a repeat then, shall we?
Yes.
Because for those who doesn't recognize that red-orangey car, that's Ray Riddle, who has a bit of company actually right now from Jason White.
Yeah, but Jason's a lap ahead of him.
Indeed. So Jason would surely want to try and stay there as well.
Boom! That ended quick.
Oh dear me, we have a green flag and everyone swamped the two guys that was already laps behind. And I'll quickly try to get to the leading driver, which is currently Jakob Fredriksson in that 87C.
Well, Grant and Jacob are side by side. They're going into 2.
I think Lasina may be.
On the outside.
Ooh, that's brave. Oh, he does it! Wow.
Wow!
That is really brave. My God in heaven.
I've never seen anybody go in that high and keep the corner.
I think that sort of proves that he's running quite a bit of wing.
I think so.
Which is crazy to think, considering how fast he was after the most recent yellow. And we still have the leading 6 in one line, along with Ray Riddle still hanging on as well. It looks like we may lose Mikael Drexler.
Oh no.
Looks like we may lose Drexler and the Hackman from this fight for now, because they are having a bit of a struggle to hang on. So the top 4 will more or less be running in a line, although it looks like Grant Riddle and Martin Lasina has a bit more speed than Fredriksson and Junt at the moment. Then again, Fredriksson has proven to be very good on the fuel strategy and economy, so I wouldn't count him out just yet. After only won in the 73 series with the Coyote after this fantastic pit stop strategy at that race. And I believe it was Ontario, if I'm not entirely mistaken. Oh, but saying that, he has a lot of push in one. But Lasina for now is having to stick behind Grant here, so looks like it'll be 2 by 2. OS Drexler is very wide in 2, a bit further behind.
I'll tell you what, the last couple laps between Ray Riddle and Mikael Drexler, There are no marbles on the outside of the exit at 2.
Which is a good thing.
They have been right up on the wall. I mean, we've had clouds of dust both times. Last 2 laps, both cars.
Wow. Oh, they actually touched the grass. Oh, he's good. And now Alan Forster bites into this battle as well. But through all of that, Adam Hackman looks to try and pull away from this battle pack. And currently running 5th, which he will be surely very happy with. I think he finished 9th last time out at Mid-Ohio, which was a big stepping stone, and if he can get a top 5 here, that will surely make him very, very happy. Especially considering how much he struggled early on in this season with trying to get to grips with the car. But it looks like the top 4 is ganging up together again, and Martin Lassina is now at the lead of the line, so he may feel that they are able to run a little bit quicker when Grant is following him, because when they ran like this after the last yellow, they were a lot quicker than Fredriksson and Junt, and I think Fredriksson may have brushed the wall out of 3 that time around. So they are definitely not leaving too much margin for error for themselves at the moment. Martin trying to break the draft by the looks of things.
Yes. And Grant sneaking right behind him.
Oh, Junt very close to the wall coming out of 2 that time around. Oh, and Lassina taking a very wide entry into 3, looking for a good exit. I think he got it. And both Grant and Martin are currently pulling away from Fredriksson and Junt behind. So again, it looks like when Martin is in the lead, these 2 are definitely flying.
Yeah, Martin has definitely been waiting on Grant in the corners.
But Grant has a lot of speed in the straight line.
Yes, he does. Whoa! Martin gets right up to the wall.
Yep.
And Grant does not look to be willing to give up the battle. And Martin gets into the wall and out of 3.
I'm not sure, does Martin have the Chevrolet or the Ford engine?
He's got the Cosworth.
Well, that puts him at a bit of a disadvantage in this.
Well, so does Grant.
Oh my bad, I thought he had the Chevrolet engine in that car. This sort of proves that the race has been going on for quite a while now. So let's check back with 5th, 6th and 7th. They've now shaken off Ray for the time being. And
yellow flag, here we go.
oh, we have a spinner. That's Jacob Fredriksson.
Oh no!
I'm guessing he got sideways 1 too many times.
Yes, probably.
Yeah, just a bit too much turn or a bit too much throttle coming out of 3, and the car went sideways on him. Let's see. Oh, he does make contact with the inside wall as well. The retaining wall between the pits and the front straight. Hopefully it didn't pick up any major damages. That was a pretty good green flag run we had right there. With some good fun to watch battles as well. So let's see, where are we in terms of laps? 121. I wonder if we should take the trivia question answer right now. I think we will do so, because it should be more or less calm here. So let's have a look. The question was, who is the only driver in IndyCar history to win the Triple Crown? That meaning all 3 500-mile contests in the same year. Is it A, Johnny Rutherford, B, Gordon Johncock, or C, Alan Senior? What do you think, Scott? Do you have any thoughts on what the answer to that is? I'm guessing Scott has vacated his seat for the time being, but the answer to the question is C, Alan Senior, and that was in 1978. And I believe he may still be the... Sorry, yeah, of course, he is the only driver still in IndyCar history. As you well know, the race has been going on for quite a while now. We are reaching 2 hours plus since the restart of the race, after the early troubles with the track. Let's see, everyone headed into the pits. Well, more or less everyone headed into the pits that time by. Well, everyone headed into the pits more or less this time by. Oh, Yves Placé is out of the race. On the other hand, during this set of yellows, unfortunately. Which is sad to see, but it is what it is. It looks like Michael Drexler beat everyone else out of the pits to lie first for at the moment. And if you have been talking for the last little bit, Scott, I'm not hearing you. Well, I guess he's taking the opportunity to step away. Going through the grid for now, when we are 123 laps into this race. 124 in a moment's time. Michael Drexler is in the lead with Grant Ridal second, David Yunt third, Adam Hackman in fourth, fifth for Martin Lassina, and sixth for Alan Forster, and seventh for Jacob Fredriksson, eighth for Mick Chapman, ninth for Jason White, 10th for Jason Whited, 11th for Ray Riddle, and he is unfortunately our last runner since Yves Placé retired a lap or two ago. With 75 laps to go, that would almost put him in range for one more stop to make it to the end of the race. I'd guess. I think they've done just over 30 laps on a stint.
That's with the yellow flags.
Ah, fair enough. Welcome back.
And as we get closer, you can bet the boost is going to be turned up a little
Indeed.
more than it has been thus far. I don't know, the way these guys have been fighting tooth and nail.
Well, presumably we are...
There goes Jan. He can get a jump on Drexler. No, Drexler's
Oh, Adam
out there.
Hackman has briefly been in the lead. Will it have the lead in turn 1? Oh, he does. Adam Hackman leads his first outright race in the Kart 88 season. Welcome to the big boys. Because I think he's led on the yellow, but that's when he hasn't pitted, so this is his first time leading. However brief it may end up being.
Well, that's okay.
Who is held on for now.
Ooh, and he came back around Drexler.
That's a really good defensive work. Great job. So he will now have led a whole lap in this series, which is very, very good. Here comes David Junto going up the inside into 1. Oh, and here comes Grant following Junt through as well. And Adam Hackman ended up out of the groove, and that loses him almost 3 spots. He may lose out to Drexler as well, as Drexler goes to the inside. No, he doesn't. Adam Hackman stays ahead. So he clearly has a lot of speed in the turns, as I mentioned earlier.
That was a very bold assertion on Adam's part, because he was outside. He slammed the door shut.
Indeed.
Martin's gotten around Michael Drexler. But here comes Drexler back.
And Grant has ended up a little bit out of the groove, but stays ahead of Hackman, who is now under attack from Lacina and Drexler. But he still stays ahead. Lacina does not want to go too wide through here. But we can see that Hackman has a lot of speed in the turns, but unfortunately the lack of straight line speed, which is sort of amplified with him running a Cosworth engine, puts him at a bit of a disadvantage. But through all of this, look who's back in front in a 500-mile race.
Oh, David.
So it'll be interesting to see how this shakes out. Unfortunately, Hackman has lost another 2 positions, so it was good while it lasted, but for now he will run in 5th by the looks of things.
Well, had one of those cars gotten by him on their own, he might have stayed with them, but Martin latched onto the back of that Penske, and Adam just can't get to him.
Indeed, and Hackman was running with Drexler earlier in the race, so as you say, if it would have been...
Adam just looked very wide at 2. Did he touch?
I don't think he did. It was very, very close though. And there's a battle also for 9th and 10th here between Jason White and Ray Riddell, although maybe a lap.
Martin and Drexler go through 3 side by side.
Ooh, just caught the end of that on the replay. That looked very close indeed. And now Lacina tries for what I'd call a cutback, going through 1. But Drexler, I think...
Was not given him an extra quarter inch around the outside of 3, he was right down on the side pod. And they do it through 2!
Ooh, my god. These guys are really going at it at the moment. And I think yet again, Martin is a little bit faster in the turns than the Penske of Drexler, who I've seen having a bit of understeer trouble for most of this race, especially in traffic. So this is a case of Martin not wanting to run behind Drexler and Drexler not wanting to run behind Lacina here.
Yes. Now Martin's backed off a little bit, I believe. May have got the tires a little too cool.
Very possible. And Yund is actually opening up a little bit of a gap to Grant right here. Only about a tenth or two, but a gap is a gap. Especially when going at over 200 miles an hour. But it looks like Hackman may now have someone to ride along with. Because here comes Alan Forstrap is inside going into 1. And now he needs to possibly turn up the wick a little bit to have a bit of straight line speed and then use his cornering power in 2. Maintain his speed. He tries to do so and he does. Very neatly done. So I think he will have the possibility to ride along with him, but here comes Grant on David Yunt. Well, I thought he was going to have a run, but he stays behind and pushes Yunt along for now. And the gap between Drexler and Lacina has increased just a little bit as well.
Lacina came back up on him, trying to get under his rear wing and make him a little loose, but it wouldn't work. If Drexler's got his car set up like I had mine, it actually was helping to be behind somebody in the corner. Especially turn 2 where you understeer a little bit. If you got behind somebody, I found it was taking more air off the rear wing than the front.
Well, looking at how Martin has been running earlier, he prefers to be in front of someone else. Because when Grant was ahead of him earlier, they weren't able to pull away from Ferguson and Yunt, but when Lacina got ahead of Grant, they pulled away quite a bit. So he may have gone the other side of the compromising line, if that makes sense. Because in the dirty air behind that Penske, he is definitely struggling to find the pace he had earlier.
I don't know. He may have just backed off and waited for tire wear to come back in for Drexler, because Drexler's been kicking up dust out of 2 of the 3 corners most laps. He's getting very wide coming out.
Well, I'm mainly basing that comment on the fact that Lacina is always pushing a little bit coming through 3 here. Oh, it's really wide, he's in the wall this time around. Shaking the car a little bit to see if there's any major damages. But Drexler is the cat among the pigeons right here. Because he's now in the lead by the looks of things. Wow, he must have... I think he may have turned the boost up there and the slipstream past him. When Fredriksson has gotten by both Hackman and Forster for 5th, 6th and 7th. So now Hackman is left out to drive again. If Alan can stay with Jacob.
Drexler is now turning his fastest laps of the race, down in the 44.6s.
We can probably assume that he's trying to see what the car can do and if the others can keep up. And here comes Lacina up the inside of Grant Vidal going into 1. Oh, and there's actually a bit of contact. Grant got really lucky not to end up going over Lacina's wheels there. But now Grant is back behind Lacina, where he's proven, where he has proven to want to be. And that Grant got really close to losing the car coming out to 2. When Grant is very high up and he rubs the wall. Losing him a little bit of speed. But again, it looks like he's very good when running behind someone else, because he's again closing up to Lacina. And Junt is trying to hold on the best he can to not lose that slipstream. Drexler has put another lap on Jason Whited.
I think Kyle Drexler has realized something earlier than the others. This could be a very smart move, because they still have 60 laps to go.
So it's at least another 2 stops.
Yes.
It looks like Lacina has realized, because he's flying at the moment. Here he comes, going up the inside of Drexler, going into 3. He flew up from at least half a second behind through 2. He just barreled up behind Drexler and made mincemeat of him.
Yes, right on by. Here comes Grant. I think they all said. The other 3 said, "What is he doing?"
And then they looked at the lap counter and the fuel.
Yes. Like, we're not going to go on one more stop. It's going to take 2, so.
Well, we can see that Drexler is really weak in 2. When Drexler is signaling, I think he's heading into the pits here. We'll be careful, Mikael. Be very, very careful.
Watch the bump. Okay.
And he survives that and heads into the pits.
And hit the Alberto bump.
Indeed. So from here it should be.
He overshoots. Did he overshoot?
I don't think so. He just about made it. Although he's in a very precarious angle. But he is back out and running.
Luckily, in here, even if you're parked right on the pit wall, it doesn't hamper the tire changers.
Indeed. Would be a bit worse in real life. Oh, and someone's smoking. Oh, I think Grant may have hit the wall here. He's sparking and smoking a lot. And going very slowly.
Oh, Grant's lost the front tire. He's lost his left front tire.
Oh dearie me. I couldn't see that on my screen. Let's see what happened.
Flat.
Oh.
He still has the wheel on, but the
Okay.
tire is flat.
Oh dearie me, he did what Saber did. Came out just a little bit wide out of 3, and he lost the car. He went into the inside barriers. If he's really unlucky here, we will lose a whole lap. But he's definitely doing what he can to get back into the pits as quickly as possible. Don't overshoot now, though.
He's going to have a hard time stopping now.
Ooh. Neatly done, my man. He's right into his pit stall. He's been practicing that, he must have. That is really impressive. Straight on the brakes and nothing.
I don't know how old Grant is, but I mean, he may have a future as a naval aviator if he can make carrier landings like that.
Indeed.
Oh, if he's got damage, yeah, he's got damage. He'd have been rolling by now.
That's really unfortunate because he was up there with a chance at a win as well.
That is, Jesse's gone a lap down.
That's one of them falling out. It may have been that Martin pulled away and he wanted to try and get back up to the rear wing of him, and he just overdid it a little bit.
Or depending on his wings, if he got right under Martin's, then maybe he lost the nose. And turning the car in harder, then it snapped. Yeah.
Well, I don't think he was close enough to Martin at the time, because... well, maybe he was. I just didn't see Martin on the replay at all.
Perhaps he wasn't. Maybe it was just one of those, just a little bit hot, trying to get out of 3.
Indeed, David Junt hits the wall after 2. I'm sorry to cut you off. But either way, it's very unfortunate for Grant, who is our championship leader, and with him finishing a few positions behind Jakob Ferguson as it stands right now, Jakob will gain quite a few points on him. He is currently, I believe it's 12 points behind. Twelve or 15 points behind, and as it stands right now, I think he may very well ramp up to within 5 points or so. And up front, David Junt is closing in on Martin Lassina.
In a big way, he is coming.
Oh, and getting right down to the edge of the grass.
David's using every inch of the track width-wise, and that is what's making the difference.
Yep. I think he'll be pretty happy to stay behind him for the time being. Just trying to save a little bit of fuel while keeping the speed up. I guess these guys may be trying to run as long as possible and short fuel on the last stop, just for a splash and dash possibly, and while Drexler will be running for a full length pit stop for his last pit stop.
I don't know that they can do that yet. Jason White seemed to be in the infield on the other side of the inside guardrail.
When Grant Riddle is out of this race even, so he has retired. Wow. And you see Jason White. Yeah, he's on the infield. Why and how did he end up there?
If you hit it just right, if you spin to the inside and hit the wall just right, it pops you over.
That is very unfortunate. Hopefully he'll be able to find a way back onto the track. It looks like he has. He's found a hole in the barriers to head back into the pits. and he'll possibly go for the pit stop right here and repair whatever damage he may have on his car. So luckily he is able to keep going, and he's the last guy running in 10th at the moment. So
50 laps to go.
indeed, and if these guys can go for another, well, either way it's probably 2 stops, but it'll be a short splash for them to cap off the evening. But Drexler pitted at the same time as these guys, so he's using way more fuel than the Ford boys.
Trying to remember the last pit stops. Was he early on that?
No, he pitted at the same time as the others, and here comes David Junt into the pits.
Okay, so he's in at 51. If he can go 30, that will leave him 19 or 20 laps at the end. And from what I found out, that if you're running 4th as a race gear and 5th as a cruiser, much like we did at Indianapolis, if you run the Cosworth wide open, full boost in 4th gear, you can get about 20 laps out of it. Which is what I was trying to time out with my pit stops. So
Jakob Fredriksson heads into the pits on the same lap, so
here comes Lucina a lap later.
So Junt and Fredriksson seems to be on the same strategy, and Lucina, as you say, more or less on the same strategy as well. Jason White heads into the pits as well, locking up his tires, trying to get into his pit stall. And there goes Lucina. You see, there's a blue and yellow car coming. That's David Junt, so David Junt with warmer tires I think will take the lead. And he does indeed, fairly comfortably, by the looks of things.
Well, except for Forster's out there still.
Well indeed, but he...
By 15 seconds. We'll see what he can do.
Indeed, he has run very strange strategies in the past. Phoenix was one of them, where he seemed to come out of nowhere, as you said earlier, and took the win. And and with the Penske, he clearly should have one of the better cars for the job of going for the win. He could very well only have 1 stop left as well and be running it on lower boost.
Yeah, depending on how he's running it. But he still will need to get 15 more laps, which I don't think he can do based on how long they've been out there.
Well, it's difficult to say, but either way, he is definitely running an alternate strategy, and it'll be interesting to see how it plays out.
Yes.
Because I'm not sure of his lap pace compared to the others, but this past time by he did a 45.1, while David Junt did a 44.9, so he ain't that far off. It's only 2/10 at the moment.
And he just widened it. Went from 14.8 on the gap to 14.872.
So he definitely is in the groove right here. As Jason White very kindly allows him to go by on the straight, as not hamper him in the turns.
He's got 3 seconds to catch up with David Junt. Is running in 4th gear. Got it stretched just as tight as it will go.
And he's hitting 203, I think I saw that, going into 3. And this car seems pretty settled going through.
Yes, it looks very smooth.
When hardly a lift going into 1. Wow. Let's see, does he lift? Just a little bit of a breather. Oh, he's in the wall. So he's overdoing it just a little bit right now, but he's definitely going very quick.
Part of that, if you heard him lift as much as he did, he was a little wide going in, trying to save the car. Forster just pitted. Did I hear him rolling again?
He is indeed out rolling again. So it'll be interesting to see how this plays out. It's, I believe, about 45 laps to go, right? Maybe that's 42.
41. 42, 41. I think they're on 158 right now.
Yeah, so I think...
Finishing 159, yeah.
So I think he may have splashed at the end, unless he goes for a full tank and full boost. And Adam Hackman still running 6th here, doing a really good job still. And hanging on to the lead lap. Although he's dropped quite a bit behind everyone else who's on the lead lap, but that's just how it...
Lucina way off of it in turn 2.
Unfortunately that's lag on my end, but I guess he's going all out as well to try and catch up to David up ahead.
Good also, 4th gear. And his gearing is a little lower. Running at 11.5 RPMs. Wow.
He's in the wall as well after 2. Sorry, go ahead.
But he's down to, well, let's see what he gets at the end of the back straightaway. He is about 500 RPM higher at the end of the straightaway than what Tina's running. Give him a little more kick off of the corner, but also it's going to burn fuel.
Indeed. But it looks like he's currently closing in, if only a little bit, on David Junt.
His gap is actually dropping back, where I mentioned before that he was 3 seconds behind. Now he's 3.7. Now he's 4 seconds behind.
Yeah, he made another mistake in 2, hit the grass just a little bit, so David has the car down to a pat, and he may win his second 500 miler here if he can keep this going. So that'll be a Swiss shutout for the 500 milers this season, with Jari Brubacher winning Indianapolis and David winning the Michigan 500. If
David's got traffic.
And that is Jason Whited and Jason White, both of them very kind and good drivers, so I don't think they should cause him any major trouble. Well, as I say that, he gets a bit of a dirty air from Jason Whited, but he leaves Whited a little bit of room, and Whited drops out of it to let him go by. And by the looks of things, David is running a little bit high wing as well compared to what Martin is running. Because Martin is out of throttle earlier and coasting a bit through the turns, while David is on throttle a long way into the turn compared to him. And again,
that slightly lower gear, he can stay in there longer because he knows when he gets back to the gas, the car will turn better with the added torque on the rear end.
indeed, but he is a little bit compromised going into 1 this time around. Still doesn't. Oh, he just about drops below 185 mph. That is really impressive from the handling of that car, to be on that line going in and still keeping the pace up. And we have Drexler in third, so he lost a lot pitting early. Or earlier, I should say.
Closer to Martin than Martin is to David.
Indeed, and he's going a lot faster down the straight. That's 5, 7, 8. That's about 8 mph faster in the although with a bit of a draft compared to Martin and David. And about 2, maybe 3 mph faster down the back straight. And in the chute it's about 5 mph. And then he's running about 5 mph slower in each of the turns, so he's really having to work for it if he wants to catch up.
Oh, and David is working just as hard up there.
Yeah, that's for sure. Oh,
Right
God.
out to the wall out of 2.
Looks like he knows exactly where the limit of his car is. Both in terms of pushing and where he has the car placed on the track. And the fourth currently is Alan Forrester, so he's still doing a pretty good job in that car. He's actually ahead of Fredriksson at the moment, so Fredriksson is probably carrying a little bit of damage from that contact with the pit wall, unfortunately. Because he hasn't quite had the pace since then. And of course that 87C is
That is
a little bit worse for wear in general. But still, with the Grant retiring, that is still a very good heap of points for him in the championship. And of course we have Adam Hackman still in the race in 6th as well, and he has Mick Chapman for company. And they are actually ahead and behind one another, although it's a two lap difference between the two of them. And right now I think Martin must have made a mistake. No, he was held up behind Jason White because Drexler has closed in quite a bit. He's right behind him now, and I think he's turned up the boost as well. Partly for the lapping, because he's up to almost 220 mph going into turn 1. And now right behind Martin. So this is a godsend for David, who's working hard up ahead. He may gain a little bit of time with these two possibly fighting for second here. Because as we know from earlier, Martin doesn't like running behind someone else. Both of them revving out all what they have in 4th gear here. When both of them being upset a little bit by the bumps in the middle of one. Martin had the worst of it because he had a bit of a lack of downforce as well, sitting right behind Drexler. When Drexler looks like he's heading into the pits again, so this will be his final stop, I think, in this race. Oh, it'll be tight, 29 laps.
See, the Chevy has huge mid-range power. He can run lower boost and maybe get by with it. But like you said, that is, I don't know if he can go maximum. Ooh,
Probably not.
Just brushes the wall out of 2 again.
Well, that did gain David another almost, well, half a second more or less. That battling between Drexler and Lacino. And David right now is putting on a stellar drive. Absolutely brilliant. To be going at this speed with this kind of consistency.
He is there. It looks like he took a little more conservative line through 2. He is pushing the issue. Most definitely. Let's just hope he doesn't fall victim to the Andretti curse.
Indeed.
Where you get out front by a mile and then the car breaks.
Either it breaks or you get caught up in something or you make a mistake. Because to be fair, not all of the Andretti crashes was down to the car breaking down. I especially remember, yeah, they were running white cars at Indianapolis, and on a restart, 20-30 laps in, Andretti Senior, Mario that is, lost the rear end in traffic and sent it up into the barrier. And then again, his son had mechanical issues later in that race, but my, wow. Well, you can't blame them for not trying. Oh, and a bit of aero wash. But he's all good. That is Drexler up ahead. So Drexler, after his pit stop, will possibly end up a lap behind. And he surely won't make it easy for Jun to go by. Oh, but with that said, Drexler has a very slow turn 1.
Drexler's running 5th gear. Revs are way down. He's trying to make fuel last. Because he knows Junt's got to stop again.
Indeed. I wonder if he's hoping for them to have to make a splash and dash towards the end. At least that's the only chance he has now to take the win, I think. If he has to fuel safe from here.
Well, I think the only strategy he's got at this point is he's got to get back in front of Jun. He's got to go up on the boost and drop into 4th if his car will do the full speed. And got to get in front of him and hope for a caution, because there's no way he can go around Jun, and he won't, even if Jun pits, he won't make up the lap.
Indeed, but I don't think he has the cornering speed to be able to get up there. Because David is running really quick in the turns compared to what Drexler can do. When Drexler all crossed up going into one. So he is down to 4th and he is trying, but I just don't think he quite has the car underneath him like David has to be able to do this.
Drop down to 4th gear, but I do believe his 4th gear is a little high as well based on the RPMs I'm showing him. Because the README on the series has a typo in it. It says peak power on the Chevy is at 11,000 RPM. It's actually 12.
Ooh.
So I don't know if he's tuned to that, or because he is in 4th gear and he's barely hitting 11.
Maybe that he's had issues in practice with blown engines and that's why he has put the gearing a little bit high. Because that is a big issue with these cars when you start to really push them. And here goes, I believe that was David Junt heading into the pits. It was indeed. So David Junt pits from Martin Lassina is already pitted by the looks of things a lap or two ago. That looks like quite a big margin for David right here. Unless the timer hasn't quite caught up yet. Well, he catches up now, so he has 5 seconds to Alan Forster, so he's definitely gained time during the last stint. Because Forster was it 14-15 seconds ahead when he went into the pits, and so he's gained 20 seconds-ish on Forster during the stint, and he has 16 seconds to work with towards Martin Lassina and 20 seconds to Drexler. So unless David makes a massive mistake here, I think he may very well win his second 500 race here. I believe Alan Forster still has to make a splash and dash, considering he's going all out.
We got a yellow flag, all bets are off.
Oh dear me. Oh, it's for, I believe that's Mick Chapman, who has had a spin into the infield.
That is the last thing David wanted to see.
Indeed. Oh yeah.
But now they will all be on top of one another, and if they don't have fuel, they can certainly stop and get it because there's only 4 cars on the lead lap.
Indeed. So Mick Chapman got just a little bit too hot in 2 and washed up into the outside barrier, picked up a lot of damage to his car, but was able to keep it straight and get back to the pits, so hopefully he'll be able to continue. As you say, David didn't want to see this, and this will definitely put a spanner in the works for a lot of guys. But this puts Alan Forster in a great position because he has a pit stop left to do. And he can do it now in the yellow and get into a good position for the restart.
Oh, by all means, we'll have approximately laps to go when they're done. They get the green back, so
That is definitely all-out territory for all the cars left in this race.
yes, if Forster puts half a tank in it and he's got it set up right,
Well, he will definitely try it.
I'm rooting for him. I had Michigan going my way, and it got blown up in that car. Jari Brupacher won Indianapolis that way, and if Allen can pull this off, that'll be 2 races, 2 of the 500 milers for the 60 car, and I will be the only one taken out by a kamikaze pilot.
Yeah. Well, this will definitely put a new perspective of things, because I'd assume David can run more or less full boost to the end of the race with pitting with 22 or so laps to go, I think, when he pitted. 24 maybe.
If he's got it in 5th gear behind the pace car. I'm sure he's got his boost turned all the way down to 1. So this will save him more than enough fuel. Make the end of the race running flat out.
And Lucina is actually running in 4th here, so that's a bit strange. Drexler is running in 2nd.
Sometimes it's just a little low. I mean, there's not a big difference between 4th and 5th. Not at this speed.
Man, indeed. When Jason White gets out of the way, he wants nothing with this lead battle on the restart.
Which is not going to make David Yunt happy, because that just pulls Forster right up closer to him.
Indeed. Let's see, Jakob Ferguson heads into the pits for a stop and go penalty by the looks of things.
Well, you can't do that under green.
And Forster heads out to the pits as well. So he'll be at the back of the line, but with a full tank of fuel, anything is possible. And I believe Adam Hackman pitted as well under this yellow, so he too will have a good bit of fuel to burn. So this will be a great race to watch towards the end here.
Oh yes. No, they'll have more than 8 laps to go. I'm guessing about 14.
Yeah, very likely 14 or 13 laps to go. And hopefully it'll be a 13-14 lap sprint to the finish.
Oh. Yeah, there's no hole cards on this poker table now. It will be. Yes, this will be just Texas showdown. Everybody, or Pennsylvania showdown, as the case may be.
Indeed.
This will be everything that these. My God, there's 6 cars on a lead lap. This will be everything these cars have in them.
Indeed, and Alan Forster heads into the pits again, presumably for a stop and go. He may have passed someone heading into the pits. Either that, or he didn't get the fuel in. That was a splash and dash, so he probably had some kind of penalty since before, and Ferguson is still in the pits. Or back in the pits. But either way, should go back to green in a lap or 2 time.
Now my fingers are really itching. I was jumping all of these guys on the restarts before. It's like, oh, I wish I was in there.
Well, shit happens,
Yeah.
I suppose.
Hey, that's racing.
Indeed. Let's see, we'll have one more lap, but I think I'd assume this will be the last lap of safety car. And then we'll be back to green with 12 or 13 laps to go.
Actually, 14th time. They're now working. No, you're right. 13. They're working 180 right now. There's David's old nemesis, Martin. Right
Yeah.
up on his gearbox again. This is going to be the Lola March showdown, unless that Penske comes screaming up through there. Of course, there's Drexler. All he's going to do, turn the boost all the way up and hang on tight.
Indeed, and we shouldn't discount Hackman and Forster as well. North Fredrickson, because he's at the back of the pack as well in his March 87. And he too will have fuel to burn, and if he has his car set up well, which I think he has, anything is possible for him as well. Let's see, will we get the green flag this time by? We will.
First gear.
Yep, we'll have the restart here, and Juntus backing the field up just a little bit, and here he goes. Green flag is out, and he gets a good restart here. Fantastic jump. We're behind. Hackman is going up the inside, so he is going for it. He's in fourth, right behind Drexler now. So let's actually ride on board with him. Hopefully Ray won't get into this, because I want to see what Hackman can do with a full tank of fuel and the boost turned all the way up. Because I think everyone now will have turned into young men once again. With this sprint to the finish. And Drexler's gotten up into second, just ahead of Hackman here. So he is sort of going for it. But Junt is pulling away just a little bit. He has a bit of a gap. But Hackman is really going as well. He's really fast in turn 2. It's just unfortunate for him, he has decided to run more wing. Because if he had lesser wing and still had a bit of handling, he could very well be up there with second and third now, but...
Ooh! Jumped into the wall out of one.
Oh dearie me.
Had to lift in a big way.
And Lacina was looking up the inside of Drexler going into 2. Drexler in the barrier a little bit on the outside.
Indigo.
And apologies if you can hear my mic moving around a bit. I have new baked sponge cake that I'm trying to consume during the end of this race. Oh, and Drexler and Lacina made a bit of contact going through too. It looked like, at least. Lacina is a lot quicker in the turns, but Drexler of course has the straight line speed advantage. Oh, and they made contact on the exit of 3. And Lacina is up ahead, but Drexler is turning up the boost by the looks of things and goes up the inside once again. And this hands David Junt the victory if he can just keep it on the track and not hit the wall again like he did a lap or 2 ago. And Hackman is closing in now to these two as well. When again Lacina gets really close through 2.
Oh, Lacina is just everything pushing him.
It looks like Drexler, while he has the top line, the straight line speed, he definitely doesn't have the cornering speed. Oh, and I spy with my little eye a little yellow car coming up as well. Because he has closed up to Hackman at a rate not the speed in the last lap or 2. When Lacina trying for the cutback coming out to 2, he has a run. He goes up the inside. When Jakob Fredriksson getting out of the way, so he has a lot of damage from. I don't know if that's the pit.
Down the front straight.
Which he sort of has to do if he wants to get second here.
Wow!
And Hackman now has. Ooh, as Lacina hits the grass in the outside wall.
He saved it and then it just snapped out to the wall. And that gave Drexler an opening. He's back on top of it.
Oh, Lacina all crossed up going through 3. This time was able to hold it, and now he tries to break the draft once again. As Drexler says, I don't really mind, I'll just turn the boost up. And here he goes up the inside, as does Alan Forster on Hackman, so Forster up to 4th. And flying through turn 1. So he has turned the boost up, as does Hackman now to try and go up the inside. As Lacina goes up the inside of Drexler going in towards turn 2. Oh, they're side by side. Drexler in the wall a little bit. When Hackman lost it through 2.
Gathered it in, but it's going to cost him some time.
Yep. Thankfully no yellow flag though, and here comes Forster on Lacina. So Forster has to boost all the way turned up. Here it comes, a great run. Down into turn 1.
Coming like a house of fire.
And Lacina ends up really wide.
Oh, here we go again.
Oh no.
They're on 196. I think we're going to finish under yellow, Jonathan.
It's very possible, and it's... Oh no, it's Jason White who's out of the race. With suspension damage. Let's try and see if I can catch that on the replay. Oh, he span off out of turn 2. Don't know if he had a bit of help, because he and Mick Chapman was really close to one another, but he ended up in the outside barrier in 2 and then span to the inside barrier and hit it pretty hard. So this could be a yellow white and a yellow checker, unfortunately, but it looks like
I think it's going to finish under yellow.
Yeah, and if that's the case, then David Junt will secure his second 500-mile win and a Swiss shutout for the 500-milers this season, with, as I mentioned earlier, Jari Brupacher winning the opening 500-mile race at Indianapolis, and David winning the 500-miler at Michigan.
Well, unless our fearless administrator makes it a quickie yellow and we go back to green here. But I tell you what, right now, I'd put my money on Forster if it goes green.
Very much so, because he surely has the most fuel to burn and the most boost to use.
And the freshest tires.
Indeed.
'98.
So 3 more laps to go right now, is it?
Yes. Little less than.
Well, it's unfortunate if the race finishes like this, but it's part of the oval racing world, and I don't think David Jun would mind that much.
No, I don't think so. Nobody sitting up there minds that at all.
Well, possibly Alan Forster, because he definitely had some good speed going.
Well, I mean, the guy sitting in first never minds.
Yeah, fair enough, fair enough. My apologies for not.
Especially if he's looking back and sees those two Penske's back here, and especially
Indeed.
the gamepad demon in the number 60 car. I don't know how the boy does it. That is just absolutely the most phenomenal thing to me.
I can only agree with that. That it's amazing.
I raced a gamepad when I was playing the Xbox and the Toka games and that kind of stuff. But once I got a wheel, I don't know if I could go back to a gamepad. Some say it's a huge advantage. I just don't understand it.
It would certainly take a lot of practice to get back to it. That's for sure.
Oh.
Though I do enjoy myself the odd console game from time to time.
Yes. Every once in a while.
Ocarina of Time on the N64 is one of the old golden ones for me.
Now, watch his formation. If that pace car starts picking up speed, we're going to have a 2.5 mile shootout.
Please do it. Please do it.
I wish. Not doing it.
Come along now.
No, we're gonna.
Oh well.
Yeah.
That settles this. Jakob Frigson heads into. Well, I suppose he was at the back of the line anyway, so.
Yeah, this is the last lap.
Yep.
You need a splash and dash to pace one more lap.
Possibly.
That's cutting it close.
Indeed. So we can now already congratulate David Junt on his second 500-mile race win in the championship.
Everybody on that lead lap, fantastic, and
Indeed.
for the long green runs we've had, everybody in the race.
Indeed, big congratulations and big kudos to everyone who has survived the race, because it's no mean feat. with the track being bumpy and the cars being difficult to drive when it is bumpy. And also being able to stand the racing, it is now getting up to 3.5 hours in more or less since the restart, make that 3 hours 15 minutes since the restart. So a lot of hours and a lot of mileage in the bodies of all of these drivers. And I think right now David Jund will be almost jumping up and down if he didn't have to have his right foot on the throttle. It's actually a green checker here. But the race finishes with David Jund first, Drexler second, Forster third, Lasina fourth, Hackman fifth, Fredriksson sixth, Ray Riddle, the first of the cars a couple of laps down, in seventh, Mick Chapman eighth, Jason White ninth, and Jason White was the first of the retired cars in 10th. And then we had a few more unfortunate retirees along the way. But David Jund takes the win, and we are joined by his countryman, Jari Brupacher. Good evening, Jari.
Yes, hello. Hello, everybody. Just came on here to congratulate David and for also for the great race he's shown, actually. Good stuff.
It's was a fantastic evening's racing from everyone. A bit unfortunate with your retirement, but looked like you had a bit of a handful overall this evening.
Yeah, the car was all over the place. I just tried to keep it on track, but coming out of turn 2 I brushed the wall and then it just got airborne.
Ah, okay. That's very unfortunate indeed, but I hope you at least was...
It was interesting racing another car. The Penske is a whole other league than the March, but it was still interesting seeing how the guys in the other cars would race. Yeah, that's really a challenge. The cars all over the place, and obviously you can't go as fast into the corners as with the Penske. The car also wants to oversteer.
Yeah.
So everything you don't want from a car on an oval, it does. Sort of.
Yeah, exactly.
Push in and oversteer coming out.
So, looking forward in the championship, will we see you partaking in any other races this season, or how is the schedule looking for you?
I hope I'll get a race. I'll get to race at Nazareth. That's what I'm aiming for. More the ovals. I think it's the only oval left, if I'm not mistaken. So try to be there.
That sounds like a very good plan. And hopefully we'll be able to see you there, and hopefully you'll have maybe a better car and a better race.
Hopefully we can go 4 out of 4 for Switzerland.
Yeah, that's very impressive from you guys, and we are now joined by David Jund. Congratulations, David! Fantastic drive.
Thanks, Jonathan.
Outstanding race, David.
Thank you very much, Scott.
Yeah, great race, David. Great race.
Were you a little worried at that last caution where you had those two Penske's lined up behind you? How hard were you praying for it to end under yellow?
Well, to be honest, I'm still a bit. I don't know. I'm so lucky. I've played this waiting. I mean, I never felt like I don't want to go on the front of the train and push too much and then slip and take everybody or somebody behind me out and such. So I was just waiting there and looking at other people try to get the lead in something. And yeah, towards the end when I noticed that my strategy was looking good, and then I was suddenly, even though I tapped the wall a few times, the car felt good and it was running well. I thought, yeah, I can go for it. But the last two cautions with Mick and then Jason, I think, were really having me on the edge. And I was actually, when I left like lap 195 or something, I was actually praying it would be under yellow, because I was like, I got these 3 seconds on the Penske on the Martin Lacina to me. So I really hope that it could be over soon. So yeah, I was glad there was a yellow again. But to be honest, I could have also liked to finish without caution. So maybe we were robbed of a trailing finish, not just for the podium. So
Were you going all out engine wise?
I think after the last stop. No, actually, I think it was until Mick crashed for sure. Then I changed to like I kept clutching out and saving fuel and such. And when I noticed that like I need about that I get consumption for boost 5, I was running boost 5 at the end of the race. So I could open the gap to Michael Drexler again. And because he and Martin, I think, battled a bit, I could get away, and I had a good line car still, so it was probably a make or break moment when I got away from the pack again after that caution, second last. On the other hand, I made a big blunder today. I think once I was behind Jacob, and I think I must have misjudged directions and I've punted Raymond Riddle in when he was trying to slipstream us. He was, I think, trying to get a lap back and hoping for the next yellow. I made quite a big one, which could have ended in tears. I mean, I saw how Dana Airlines happened when she went up, I think on David Saber maybe. And when I saw that little taps could lead you to flying off, I was like, that could have been much worse. But nonetheless, I'm really sorry for Raymond that I held him up there.
Well, in the early stages of the race, it looked like he had a very close battles with, among others, Scott and Dana and Dave, as you mentioned earlier. Were you ever worried, apart from that contact, that there would be tears shed in that battle?
Oh, I was even at the start to talk about that. I was always a bit on edge, and to be honest, often for like a good drafting partner, somebody that can like understand. Oh, he's grabbing onto me. Let's run tandem around the track. Like I think Martin and Grant showed for quite a long bit at the end of the race when they were doing tandem driving, and Grant me, even though I messed it up. He wanted to tandem me, and then I made a mistake, and Michael was on to us again and overtook us actually. Because I think Michael did a great race, by the way. Yes, I was a bit worried. Of course, I was looking for somebody I could draft with, and I had a little scare with Dana, who passed me into the kink. Then I decided I'm just gonna hang back. I'm gonna follow her because she's so good at ovals, and so I was following mostly the pack with her, David, Scott, and I was most of the time. I mean, I was like just 10 seconds behind leaders, but I didn't think I wouldn't want to go too much risk and spin somebody out or have contact, so I just hung back and stayed there, even though they could interpret that as like I'm too lazy to do the work or take them with me in a slipstream. But to be honest, I felt much better following and trying to help pushing a bit, since I wasn't sure if I would keep the lines and such. As I showed with Grant, I didn't quite make the lines at times, so I was quite glad to follow and help people push and sometimes get back to the pack. And well, after some time, more and more cars of that pack that we were together retired, so you could say less of risk, but still most of them did a good job. So bit ashamed that they kept retiring after race, especially when I saw Scott there going off into the infield. I think I was a bit ashamed. Yeah, I didn't see most of the accidents ahead of me. I was just like, except for Dana directly, I was like, it's a bit of a shame since we are having most of us were having a good race, a good fight for the top 10. So I could say it from two sides again. I mean, one side the less cars there, but on the other hand, I think most were respectful enough. So it's a shame that it happened like that, and we like had dropped one after the other.
Alright, so good race, David. Good broadcast, Jonathan and Scott.
Thank you.
I hope I'll
Thank you.
see you or hear you guys at Nazareth if everything works out.
Most
See you guys.
definitely.
Look forward to seeing you race there once again. Take care and talk to you later, Jörgen.
Merci, Ali.
Ja, gut so lange.
Okay.
User disconnected from your channel.
And with that, I think we will cap off the broadcast. It's getting a little bit late here, and I have work tomorrow. So, again, thank you very much, Scott and Jason, for helping out with the broadcast.
Thank you for having me.
Thanks for the broadcast from my side too, and thanks for the admins and everyone making this event a success in the end. Thanks.
Always a pleasure, and also thank you to all drivers and participants in the series for making it a good joy and fun to drive. And again, congratulations to all of the finishers and races tonight, and especially a big congrats to David, obviously, for scoring a second 500-mile win. And for now, take care and see you in a few weeks' time when we'll be back with the CART 88 series.
Good night, everybody.